Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Microphone was doing a funny. Hi. And hello, Genix Legates. Genix Legates, how you doing? We're not doing schools. Ignore the blood chalkboard drawing with a Gormonger on it. We are not. We're not doing corn today. Not corn, no. We're doing good old Black Templar today. Well, actually, technically not Black Templar. It's now my own homebrew chapter, I guess. What did I call them? Reclamations blades? No. Reclaimers blades? No. Reclaimed blades, that's it. Reclaimed blades. That's the name I wanted to give the chapter now. Give me some gloves. I wanna get them all. Give me some gloves. They're good for my soul. So wait. Yeah, it's really high pollen count today, and I've got no hay fever medicine. So if I sound a bit groggy or whatever, that's partly the reason. Oh darn it! I have to keep muting. But what are we doing? What are we doing today? We've got 3 guys who honestly I hope to finish before this stream, but trying to find the time, energy, and like where my eyes are able to focus. Nush. I'm actually starting. You're starting a new army. Ooh, wait, what army do you already have? And what army are you planning to get? Wait. I'm starting a new army tomorrow. Custodies. Because the new Custodian models look great. There we go. Well, I say starting a new army. This should be arriving tomorrow. The new Custodian battle group. Yeah. Where are we? Where's the Handcam? We're not laggy over here, are we? No, we're not lagging today. We're not lagging today in this window. Smash! Hi! Hello! Thingies! I was building these guys last night. I've had them for ages, just like under my desk. Just some aggressors to finish off my aggressor squad. That was one of the first things I built when I got back into the hobby. Got about 4,000 points of Templars. Thinking of doing 30k Iron Warriors. Like 30,000 points of Iron Warriors are like 30k just for game. Because I'm doing how many points? It's like 40,000 points of Black Templar. Yeah. So this is meant to be the leader of the squad. He's cool. And then he's 2 other dudes. I like these types of aggressors with the grenade launchers and the shooty McShooties. They're like... They can obliterate anything. All these aggressors are anything and it won't survive. It's insane. Horus Heresy Iron Warriors. Oh! Wait, you're turning your back on the Sons of Dawn and helping their sworn enemies. No! I feel like Graphis Marines need to be even larger. Like, smash. Smash! Splash! Splash, splash, splash. Jump. But yeah, we're painting reclaimed blades today. That's what I'm calling them because, you know, they're kind of Black Templars, but they go a bit off with the colour scheme in which, you know, I use a blue instead of a red and I have these cool shoulder pads. Yeah. Well, if you wonder why I got the purple shoulder pads, it's because these guys are from the mobile detachment, and the way I do my Marines is that I've got like 13 detachments and each one has a different shoulder pad colour. And then it's like, because the mobile detachment is the 5th detachment, which means purple shoulder pad, but also it's got 4 Crusader squads in. So the first Crusader squad all have, not what's it called? It's just black on that knee pad. But the second Crusader squad has a white knee pad. Yeah. And the third one's going to have a blue knee pad. And the fourth one is going to probably have a yellow or red knee pad. I've not decided yet. So, yeah. That's the colour scheme. And this is one of the ones that have been finished other than the base. We need to do the base. So this is what we're aiming for. And this is the 3 we're painting today. There's not much that needs to be done. I want to do a bit on his skin colour, which is Necron flayed flesh, pallid witch flesh, and Nastrag yellow, actually. I need to focus the camera a little bit. So I want to do some Genestealer purple here on the shoulder pad just to bring it in some extra different colour into it. Maybe. Yeah. Just a small amount, probably smudge it out with a finger. Then we need to do for blue on the guns, as in like add some edge wearing and highlights to them with Cowgore blue and Baharov blue. Then I want to go and get the white of the shoulder pads fixed up because there's a little bit of mistakes, especially for ones where I did the golden edges. And then get some... Oh yeah, we need to like do the blue on this as well. Then probably do this fire. Where it's meant to be fire. I'll try seeing it. If I paint it well enough, we'll keep it. If not, I'll just rip it off and just throw it away. But then all we want to do is just solidify some of the black area a bit more and like do some corrections along here with some Abaddon black. And then add the wear, which will be Fenris grey. And then, oh wait, I need to do the silver into here. So add some Nuln Oil into there. Oh, the lightning of the sword as well. That's what we want to do. So probably do the lightning of the sword. Maybe before, yeah, before the fires. There we go. Yeah. And I think I'll do his skin first. Where's my magnifying glass? Here it is. Okay. Necron flayed flesh. It's probably... Is it this one? Yes. Flayed one flesh. Give it a good old shake. Put this over here and let's find which one of these bushes I want. I think this is pretty much it. Yeah. There we go. I want to find a little bit. Yeah, just radiant out flesh a little bit there. And especially on this island. There we go. Now, how does that look? I've got to just turn the light off. The issue is the light's a bit too bright. So it catches the white area a bit too strongly. Now that feels fine. Yep, I want to go for like desiccated flesh, like what remains of his skin is kind of dying. As opposed to like this guy who's just a little bit pale. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now we want some Caligar blue, some Baharov blue, and we'll do... Actually, using the Baharov blue, I can do the sword at the same time, because how I do it is I do some lightning streaks of Baharov blue, and put the Talisar blue watered down over it. And then some Corlex white over that. It's very bright today. Where's my little... I have a little bit of tissue paper here. Yep, there we go. Tissue paper. Oh gosh, that's not good. I'll go replace that tissue paper. So Caligar blue, give it a good shake. Shake, 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 Janela. What I'm gonna do is replace this brush with a less fine one. Because if a Caligar blue, not as fussed about trying to be too fine. And in fact, on the cape, I don't want a fine brush at all. So let's go along the raised areas and edges. What I'm thinking is for the next few models, because I've been painting the squad at first one model at a time, then 3 models at a time. I'm thinking about maybe trying to do like the base colours of the remaining models, which we've got a squad of 5. 3 more Marines, and how many Neophytes? I think there's 8 Neophytes. No, there won't be 8. Yeah, no, there will be 8 Neophytes, yeah. There's still quite a bit to go yet. I've been thinking maybe I'll just do like all of the base colours just all at once with them. And then I can do the details a bit at a time. I do find doing the highlights on capes the hardest part of this. Yep, so I caught my microphone then. The pop filter is very hard to figure that out. Like where to put it. There we go. Just forming up various layers with this. Pushing away a little bit of debris. And just feathering out some like wear and tear on it. Now, because this is a relatively similar colour, oh, it does actually show up a lot better on the camera than it does on the in real life. Sometimes the camera catches the subtle variations of the colour a lot better than the eye does. I think if that looks okay, so what I can do, water down some McCrag blue over it, because I used ultramarine blue contrast, and McCrag blue is basically the same colour, just not a contrast. So if you make mistakes, you can just fix it. Although this colour is really all congealed. I'll just take this. Okay, that's actually not that close to the same colour, is it? Wow, the camera actually looks closer to the same colour than it does in real life. In real life, we can see a very clear, very clear gap in it. Well, that's helping solidify it anyway. I just like to sometimes smudge the paint to create a better gradient that feels a little bit less sleek, streaky. There we go. Yeah. And we once again take our blue back, our Caldgar blue. And we just go add some highlight. Be careful not to put it where it's not meant to be. It's meant to be wear and tear, so it's not just highlights. It's mostly going to be along the edges because that's where most of the wear and tear is going to be. But it doesn't have to be restricted to there. Like, some people don't like edge highlighting. I like edge highlighting. I like combining edge highlighting with a little bit of volumetric highlighting. It depends what you're trying to achieve with your thing. Like my highlighting, mostly I'm trying to actually achieve something that looks worn down. Not something that is reflecting light. The dry brushing stage and the shading stage is where you do more of the effects of the light. And you can make that as subtle or as obvious as you want. Space Marines on a campaign are going from one battle to the next battle to the next, fighting hours at a time, getting resupplies, and then continuing the fight. Sometimes days without getting the armor cleaned or repaired. Like in Space Marine 2, you never have a chance to... You don't ever leave your army, you're just going straight from one battle to another. It'd be cool if you could leave your armor and like explore the ship a little bit, but still. Well, this is just the way I like making my Space Marines. There we go. I'm thinking, after I've painted these guys, I might take a little bit of a break from Marines. I want to paint that rock band we've got, that grot rock band. And I've got some other arcs that are already undercoated. So we can paint those orc boys alongside the grot warband. I'm thinking, if I got some time on Thursday, I'm going to undercoat my Necron army. Because I what should be a fast paint scheme for it. In fact, I actually want to look. I keep meaning to look at how they paint for Necrons officially. Like, what do they do with all of the wires on the Necrons? Xenos armies, Necrons. If we just look at the Necron warriors, that actually might not be best. Might be best with... Necron warrior. Okay, we got some Necron warriors here. I kind of want to look how they paint the Necrons. Like, you got all these wires in the guts. Like, do they paint all the different wires that are hanging out different colours? Or do they just keep it all the same colour scheme? Oh, look at those scarab there. Because what I'm thinking is just literally undercoat them with Wraithbone, then dry brush a bit of Mechanicus Standard Grey over them, then a tiny bit of oh, what is it called? No, dry brush a bit of Administratum, then dry brush a bit of Mechanicus Standard, and then dry brush some Stormhost Silver, and then bits of the like rusty colour like this, like with Balthasar Gold. And then Talasar Blue over the entire model, with things like the blades and stuff just painted in a solid Stormhost Silver. And not having the blue on. And then go back over with some Corvex White, just like add some highlighty stuff to the blue. And probably Baharoth Blue. Like, instead of where this is green. It's very hard to see if it goes. Okay, they paint for wires as just the base silver and green. Okay, that's interesting. Very interesting. Stevie Steve. I forgot we called him this guy Stevie Steve. But hopefully that should be a relatively quick colour scheme to do. Because I want to try learning different quick colour schemes. Like how to do fast painting. I'm also thinking my custodians, I want to do Jade Custodians. Like my screen is doing some weird stuff. Just turning it on and off. There we go. Got some weird tearing going on, and it's not, if a graphics card isn't to blame, it's a blooming monitor that's at fault, and unfortunately it messes with a graphics card as the graphics card will be. Graphics drivers recognize as the screen is going crazy. Not the graphics card because it was doing it before I got this graphics card. But I'm thinking we'll have some cool goblins. Not goblins, we'll have some cool... Oh yeah, Jade Custodians. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure which colours to use. But... probably going with either Skaven. What's it called? Not Skaven. Grey Seer. Grey Seer Grey as an undercoat. Or base coat. And then using a dark green contrast over them. I think Mechanica Standard might be better. I think Mechanica Standard, dark green contrast, and then basically just dry brush over the top of them. So a heavy dry brush of some sort of solid green colour, then light dark dry brush of a much brighter green colour. I say light, it'll still be relatively heavy because ultimately I want it to really catch most of the surfaces. Even if the surface it normally won't get. Then use some sort of yellow colour for like highlighting the edges and stuff with a tiny bit of white, and then do some volumetric highlighting to give like the idea of like them actually being made of like a jade gemstone. And then doing their weapons in silver and lightning colour schemes. Okay, now for Battle of Blue. Oh my gosh, it's really noisy outside. There's a helicopter. There's... people using fans or something. Look up there, his blue is so beautiful. I really love Battle of Blue. Okay, just go along the edges like this. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Adding some just imperfections into the coat, or cloak rather. I need to get a dry brushing texture palette. I mean, if it's not dry brushing what I'm doing now, but it'll be useful. There we go. I like that. Looks pretty cool, I think. There we go. Hello, Tony. How you doing? There we go. Doing pretty well. You're doing well. Nice. I'm also doing well. Kind of. We're just painting today. Just adding little bits of highlighting. And then yeah. Yeah. And not that one. We want to do this one next. Glad to hear. Yay! Got a chainsaw. Chainsaw man. Wait, chainsaw man. The hit anime. Isn't that ended now for manga? Chainsaw, 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 chainsaw. Chainsaw, 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 chainsaw. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a name for like my marine chapter. I'm thinking of calling them for reclaimed blades. Because they're thinking for law for them is that they are work closely with a certain branch of the Archaeotex of the Adeptus Mechanicus and with the Audio Astartes. And the entire thing is that they're trying to just like reclaim all the old and lost tech. Like Dark Age technology, Ancient Imperial technology, and even some other modern technology that might be like lost to the enemies. And that's what they're crusading for. Hi, Wolf. If I could stomach 40k, I'd love to have trait to guard. That to our beastmen. A lot of kit bashing though. Well, I don't know actually how much kit bashing it would require. Well, she got for Felgar. Oops, sorry, there's this focus on the camera sometimes goes off. I apologise. I don't always notice. You've got the Felgar models, which, you know, for all armed with auto pistols. And stuff. Felgars are new. They're not that new. They're been around a while now. Oh gosh, my magnifying glass. I'm not even using my magnifying glass at the moment. Don't need it. No, they're definitely not that new. I think they're a couple of years old at this point, at least. You can have a psyker in your unit if you wanted one. And if you want to make a trait to guard army using the guardsman rules, that will be a lot harder. If you rebase them, you could always use them as like Krieg combat engineers. Because Krieg combat engineers are melee focused. Well, they can be built to be melee focused with their trench clubs. Yeah. Nice. Hi, Buzz Light Ball. They look really nice. Wait, for Felgar are my models. Okay, going back to the thing. I'm both. Yeah. I like the Felgar models. But if you wanted to make a proper trait to guard army, I would suggest buy Felgar and use them as just combat engineers, and then for your basic guardsmen. Not actually sure what models you could be able to do. I imagine you could combine Necromunda with some of the other Beastman models. I mean, you got the Beastman models from like the old world. Where are they? Like your Ungar and stuff. And then you could like take arms from the Catachan models. Or from like Necromunda models. There's a Necromunda Beastman who's pretty cool. I'm in love with a Felgar that has a plasma pistol and chainsword. Or there's a Necromunda guy who's also like that. Is he a hired gun? I imagine he might be, actually. Maybe it's not a hired gun. Either I already missed him. No, I have already. Okay, whatever. We'll just click here, go back, and that one was a photo. Scroll down. Scroll. Oh, I like him. Scroll. Scroll. Scrollish, 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 scroll, scroll. Where is he? There he is. Another day, another hour of painting, not non-metal metallics. Oh, non-metallic metal, sorry. Yeet. This dude. I don't know if he's actually chaotic. I don't think he even is. Gar is a beastman, a mutant strain of Homo sapien. So this guy is actually, as a sanctioned bounty hunter, Gar is entitled to, in theory, at least go where he will in pursuit of his targets. In reality, he has often found himself the quarry, though so far none have bested him. Yeah, so this guy's not even chaotic. You've also got the Sangars, so the Sangars don't really have much of a 40k thing going on. Where are they? Thousand Suns, obviously. Yeah. They do have a 40k upgrade sprue. Do they still have it? Yeah, 40k upgrade sprue for the Sangars, which give them pistols and chainswords. Yeah. Drinks. Tasty, tasty cola. Okay. Do I have my thin brush out? I do have my thin brush out. What I want to do now is for the lightning on the sword. Which is kind of difficult. I think it's always fun to play something unique. It is. Okay, so we'll do, I'm thinking, we'll do the more focused amounts of lightning at the bottom of the model. There'll be lots and lots of lightning. And then as it gets further, it will arc out more as it gets further up. Or get thinner, and there'll be less of it. Because I saw somebody do something like that, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. In fact, I'm not sure how they get the lightning so thin and detailed. I think what they do is they use like a much stiffer brush than what I'm doing. Because it's very hard to get thin lines even with these super thin brushes. Because it wants to flay out. And to not remove paint from itself, to be quite frank. Without pressing too hard on it where it doesn't want to be thin anymore. Yeah. Maybe I should start from the top and go down. Okay, so whatever. I could try painting with a knife blade, I guess. That'll be quite a stiff brush to use. It might not be a stupid idea. There we go. Okay, where's my Talisar blue? Do I have it out? I do not. So let's go into the brush. Is this it? No, that's Glacier. Talisar blue. Here we go. Give it a good old shake and don't spill it like I have done before. Because that's not fun. I can tell you that much. We'll get some water. Some blue. Like this. And then like... So these notifications about okay, seems fine. Just eBay and PayPal. Bitdefender update. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Don't break my computer. Don't force a restart, Bitdefender. Ow! White White, any of you? No. Okay, Corex White. Is this a you? That's Paxi White. Corex White. That's White Scar. Oh no, White Scar! That's good. That's good. We'll go with White Scar. Okay, where's my knife? I'll actually try that idea. Little crafting knife. Let's see. Oh well, just a tiny bit of paint. I have done painting with a knife before. It didn't go too well, if I'm honest. Like I was hoping it would be thinner, but than it actually is. No, don't restart the device. It's trying to restart my device. It's like, no, I'm using my device right now. Okay, that's terrible. Let's not paint with a knife blade. Okay, we'll just use very thin brush. Very thin brush. Oh, this looks awful. Oh, trying to paint lightning, you know, it's hard. Why did I start with the outside of it again? That's going to be the side that's going to look the worst because I'm less used to doing it. It is the easiest side to work with. Oh gosh, there we go. My elbow was just grating on my desk there. I'm making all sorts of terrible noises. Get that off. No. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. So for the lore of my Templars, my idea is, right, that they were originally actual Black Templars. And they still kind of view themselves as Black Templars. But the leader, Captain Alderic, or Marshal Alderic rather, was on a penitence crusade because he had very differing views from his own marshal, like the marshal of the crusade he was originally part of. Very differing views. Basically he was a moderate, whereas the marshal was a... Oh, if you go by rogue trader ideas, Alderic is more of an iconoclast. Or at least as iconoclast as you'd expect a Black Templar to get. Meanwhile, his guys were like very dogmatic even by Black Templar standards. But Alderic was a very good warrior, so they're like, we can't get rid of him. He's quite an honoured warrior. So they decide instead to just promote him to a marshal and send him on his own penitence crusade. And throw all of the annoying other Templars in with him. Whether it be because they're also a bit more iconoclast, or just because, you know, they're difficult to deal with and don't like dealing with them. So he had about 100 and odd guys, maybe 200, in this crusade. When suddenly he got a request to go and meet an Inquisitor. Shit. And when he got there, like, urgent request. Stop, but he's in the middle of a campaign. Just stop whatever battle he's in. Go and meet them. And when he got there, he had his little strike cruiser, because that's the only ship he had. And saw that was a big old battle barge there, like a really new battle barge made of the last few years, which was absolutely insane. Like, it's not a decade old, which is uncommon for, you know, a Space Marine ship to be like that. Did he also flush any custodians into the toilet? No. Black Templar. The Black Templars that flushed the custodians were very dogmatic ones. But you could imagine that the old Marshal would have been like that. Like...
Hi, I'm Cupcon and I'm Stinky.
I'm not Stinky, but hi, Mal. You're not Cupcon. Head pat, thank you. Thank you. Okay, the lightning on this sword is a bit meh. Oh, that's terrible. Thanks for the head pat, Cuptle. You don't get a share because you called me Stinky. I pretended to be me. But you got for this very new battle board, a inquisitorial ship and a couple of mechanicus ships, including more than a couple, like 5 of them, maybe a handful. Like was, proper forge ships, even a factory ship. And he had been specially requested because, he believes in the God Emperor, because he's a Black Templar. And he also... But also, he's a bit iconoclastic. He's a bit more accepting. He's not going to, like, my guy, Aldrich. The Black Templars that serve under him don't necessarily think the same way. But Aldrich, he'd meet somebody and be like, you're a mutant, but you're not a chaos-tainted mutant, and you're not a xenos-tainted mutant. That means you're a sanctioned mutant. And as a result, that's perfectly fine. When we say purge a mutant, it means obviously something that was sanctioned by the Emperor wasn't included in the entire, purge the mutant. Because a mutant refers to chaos taint. Which is a bit crazy for a Black Templar to think like. I mean, he doesn't like the mutants, but except for astropaths and the other navigators, because they can see the light of the Emperor. And psychers in general, because, the Emperor was a psyker. He has some weird thoughts for a Black Templar, but because of those thoughts, he was specially requested by the Inquisition, including some other Sons of Dawn from the Death Watch. Most of whom came from the Death Watch, and all of them were, forced into this new crusade. And this was before the Great Rift, and as a result before the Primaris. And they had to go into what would become Imperium Nihilus, so on the other side of the Great Rift from Terra, to fight. They weren't told what they were going after. All they were told was there was a planet that had currently fallen, and there was something on that planet that couldn't get into Chaos hands at all. And they feared that Chaos had already found it. And so they needed to catch a planet. But basically what that thing was, it was one of Belisarius Iskal's caches of Primaris Marines. And Primaris tech and equipment. But there was also other stuff on this planet, other ancient tech and STCs and stuff. So I had to go and reclaim this planet, but it was super top secret. Well, this was a few years before the Great Rift. And by the time we were on the planet and fighting this campaign, the Great Rift occurred. I like your accent. Thank you. Elsa, hi. Sugary Gago. Kago. Sugary Kago. How you doing? I'm a Dark Angels main. A Dark Angels main. Look what's here. Oh, it's a Black Templar Judiciary. But using a Dark Angels, I tried getting rid of the blooming thing. I'm hoping that once it's painted, this thing looks nicer. Where I tried removing the Dark Angel symbol, but I did 2 more and that was nicer. Just completely messed up trying to remove that symbol. I dug a bit too deep in when I was sending my crafting knife over it. Because that thing reminds you of a high elf mage. Also, hi, Vince Falcador. Cuptle, stop eating me. Okay, so while we're fighting on the planet, the Great Rift happened and they got cut. Their access to the Imperium was cut off. And in the end, the Audio Inquisitor and the tech priests that had come with them decided, you know, to open up the cache of Primaries. And for one of the reasons they wanted only Sons of Dawn was because it was a cache of Sons of Dawn Primaris Marines and equipment. And as a result, these Primaris Marines were awoken with the equipment and with the Templars. Then they, bit by bit, they basically have carved out their own tiny, well, not their own tiny empire. They liberated various other Chaos worlds that hadn't fallen into Chaos but weren't part of the Imperium, and stuff like that. And the Crusade grew and grew with the help of the tech priests and stuff. Okay, that side looks much nicer with the lightning than this side. Yeah, the lightning went a bit crazy on that side. That looks a lot nicer. But what we're doing? So after Crusade grew, and especially by the time it was like getting close to 1,000 Marines, the Audio Inquisitor Audio Astartes Inquisitor who was with them, basically forced them into being a new chapter. And I don't know what I'm going to call them. I'm thinking... Ow. Reclaimers Blades. No, reclaimed blades. Oh yeah, and as they were fighting, for one of the things that they were doing was like hunting down different SDCs, different factories, and all sorts of lost tech. And at first, literally carving out their own empire until they figured out the Imperium
nom nom
was
nom
still
and
alive.
delicious banana.
No! There we go. You know what I can do? There we go. Cuptle, I'm grabbing hold of you now because you're being a bad cupcake. You're being a bad cupcake turtle. Tastes like turtle. Okay, so I want to do the fires here. That means I should probably get some red. I've had some black. I've had some orange. I've had some yellow. do. Yeah, just read up all of this stuff. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to get the Stormhost Silver out. Obviously, yeah. I might have to take a quick break from the stream at some point because I am expecting the delivery of the new custody thing today. If I had to pick a Xenos faction, I would play Orcs. Orcs are great. I like Dark Eldars because I can relate. No! Don't relate to a Dark Eldar. That's like the worst thing to relate to. I love Orcs. I had quite a large Orc army as a kid. Terribly, terribly painted, terribly converted, but it was fun. I've got Orcs now. I've made myself a battle fortress out of 3 Chimera holes. It's great. It's stupid. I love it. But Orcs are very fun. I like all of the factions pretty much, except Genestealer Cults. Genestealer Cults is just not fun personally. It's very, very meh to me. Necrons, pretty fun. Eldar, definitely very fun, especially with the Corsairs and Harlequins and stuff. Dark Eldar was my favourite faction for a long time. I like Dark Angels. Astra Militarum. And Orcs. Ooh, Astra Militarum's fun. I'm really excited about the new Astra Militarum stuff. I've got a bunch of Astra Militarum models that I've just not built yet. It's like my main pile of shame thing. And it's partly because I just don't know where to put them once I build them. Like, there's just got to be so many. Especially with vehicles, because it's hard to... Like, I've got those magnetic cases, where it's like a metal tray and stuff. It's hard to magnetize vehicles onto those cases. Okay, I need some orange. Orange. Okay, that's a good orange, but it's not going to work. Squig orange. Squig orange looks more like a skin tone rather than fire, but we can put Magdorf orange over it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's go. I play Warhammer of the Emperor Detachment. My Rogal Dawn Tank Commander and Lehman Rush Punisher gets the job done. Nice! I'm planning for my guys to be serfs of my Templars. But I've got a bunch of super heavies back from when I did have a massive guard army. Like I've got a Baneblade. I've got a Hellhammer. One of my favourite Baneblade variant, the anti-Titan one with a big old gun, the Shadow Sword I think it's called. And oh, what's the Beyblade that's got the shorter cannon, but it's not a turret? Because I got one of them too. I'm planning to have a decent amount of Lehman Russes because Lehman Russes are great. And a couple of Rogo Dons, one of which will be a commander. And one of my Lehman Russes will also be a commander. There we go. I use a Stormlord variant and have a Krieg squadron attached to it. Ooh, I used to have a Stormlord. But that was a long time ago. I'm planning for my favourite Lehman Rush variant is the Vanquisher variant. Beautiful tank. Okay, I might actually have to wait for that to dry. No. It's pretty decent. It is pretty decent. Love that thing. For other Lehman Russes I'm planning to have in my army is the other one for Arto cannons. I forget which one it is. I always get confused between the Eradicator, Exterminator, and for other ones with all the same sounding names. I sometimes run Hellhounds or Bum Rush attacks. Oh, I do have a few Hellhounds. My favourite version of a Hellhound is a Melter Hellhound. Is that called the Devil Dog? But I do have like a bunch of like the really old ones though, like they got the metal turret. And I've got what's it called? The Malcador Infernus. Absolutely love the idea of a tank. The Legends data sheet for it is absolutely terrible though. I use a Torix as my transport more often than Chimeras. I do plan. I can show you the different detachments I've got the idea for. New recruit. I do have a bunch of Chimeras, but I don't plan to use them for anything. So look here, nothing there yet. So look here, Astra Militarum, so armored might. What's in it? Got 3 Hellhounds with Inferno Cannons and 1 with Melter Cannon. 2 Exterminators, 3 Vanquishers, Rogue Dawn Battle Tank, Rogue Lehman Russ Commander with Demolisher Battle Cannon, and Rogue Dawn Commander with Pulverizer Cannons and an Engine Seer. Then you got the super heavy one, which has the Baneblade, the Hellhammer, Shadow Sword, and Storm Sword. That's it for Storm Sword. With a conversion of Lord Solar, or proxy of Lord Solar. Cavalry is legitimately, I love my horses. Especially my Attilan Rough Riders. 50 horses, a couple of Valkyries because Valkyries are amazing. I mean, I know they're terrible in game, but they're amazing models. And a couple of Tauroxes with some Tempestus Aquilians, Combat Engineers, Casvikin, Heavy Weapon Squads, Field Ordnance, Lord Marshal Dreer, and then the Trench Dudes, which is just lots and lots and lots of infantry. And artillery teams. Lots of artillery! Oh my gosh, look at all those bombast field guns. Look at all those siege cannons. All of the artillery. And then a bunch of heavy stubbers. That's the best. And another hellhound. And my Malcador Infernus supports them. And obviously put a priest in each of these units so that they're going to be good in melee. Like, what does it give them again? Holy Piety and War Hymns. It gives them sustained hits. And each time this model makes an attack, it can reroll the hit. Yeah. Artillery Rough Riders are decent. I got them for the Combat Patrol. Yeah! I love the Rough Riders. Mastodon Heavy Tank too, but that's in Legends now. People still play it on Horus Heresy tabletop. Yeah! Wait, Mastodon Heavy Tank. The Mastodon Heavy Tank is the tank I've got two of. The Siege Tank, which is in my Black Templars mobile battle group. The Mastodon. Ah. Yeah, I've got two of them. I found both of them on eBay pretty cheaply and was disappointed to find that the doors had been glued shut. I was like, no! I saw we're getting a Steel Legion refresh soon. A Steel Legion refresh? I've not heard anything about that. Oh wait, yes! Actually, sorry, yes, Steel Legion. I don't know if it's going to be soon, but I do know that they did announce they did show the, what's it called? The concept art for them. But it was like, it seems to probably be a couple of years out, potentially. Might not be that long out, I don't know. But I would be surprised if it's arriving anytime super soon. Yeah, this fire looks terrible. I don't think it's a paint job. Well, it's part of a paint job, but you know. Yeah, I tried modelling fire out to green stuff. I guess you get the rough idea that it's meant to be fire. I'm glad we're getting less Ultramarines in Spotlight for 11th edition. I mean, you never know. I mean... Did Ultramarines get that much spotlight for 10th edition, to be honest? I mean, I know that we got a new Calgar. We did have that ceremonial model. And then what else was there? Sicarius, Victrix Guard, and Titus. Or Titus twice. And then Titus's Honor Guard. We had the one Ultramarine combat patrol with the Ultramarine upgrade sprue. And obviously the Ultramarines were in the Leviathan box set, but it was just... They were generic Marines. It's not as bad as when they did the Dark Angels box set for, was it 6th and 7th edition? Both used the same box set. And it was Dark Angels, except it wasn't like, do you know, they do with the Ultramarines of what they're going to do with 11th edition. They actually had Dark Angel symbols on them and, you know, the proper Dark Angel models in the starter set. It's like, no! And they did it for the same starter set for 2 editions and it sucked. Dawn of War 4 with Lionel Johnson campaign. Yeah! Again, Blood Angels v Orcs of 11th edition. Dark Angels at Dawn of War 4. Yeah! And we've got the Blood Ravens in Dawn of War 4 too. Have his Ultramarines been in any of the Dawn of War games? I don't mind the Ultramarines getting too much spotlight, to be honest. I'm not a super big fan of them, but I think they are they're quite inoffensive as a faction goes. It's like, they're not the best faction, but it's like they're relatively generic. Blue is a nice colour to look at. The Blood Angels are pretty cool, but the bright reds on the boxes wouldn't look as nice as the bright blues, personally. Blood Ravens for loot hoarders. Yeah! Better than being a Custodes fan right now. What's wrong with being a Custodes fan? I love the new battle. I'm literally waiting for the battle group to arrive. It looks so good. And I guess if you're a Custodes fan, you're not going to be in for starter sets. But that's like... Unless it's a Custodes versus Space Marine starter set, in which case, oh no. But that being said, you don't need to spend that much money to make a good Custodian army. It's like the new battle group is like, can easily be well over 1,000 points if you want it to be. People hate the retcon of the Custodes. I don't really care. I mean, as a woman, I don't mind more characters being female. It's like, that's one of the things I always struggled a bit with as a kid, trying to play the game. It's like, none of the characters are women. And those that are have big old boob armor and stuff, and I don't like that. But it's so hello Millie Custodes were the big golden guys. Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily a bad change though, because I've been here for some ridiculous changes and back and forth for Warhammer, because I've been playing Warhammer since I was in my single digits. Honestly, my biggest issue with the Custodes isn't that there's female Custodes, it's the fact that the Custodes are playable and we now know a lot about the Custodes. I've always felt... But back when I was playing, the Custodes were like near mythical. And they just weren't a thing. You couldn't play them, there was very little known about them. And the idea that you can now play them, it doesn't sit super well with me. Well, they are cool. The new models are super cool. And we always knew, kind of, that they probably weren't using the same methods to make them as Space Marines. But yeah, when it comes to retcons, Warhammer's done loads of retcons. They used to have female space marines, then they got rid of them. Then they... I mean, I wasn't fair for that one. Then Old World used to be inside the... So Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k took place in the same universe, just the Warhammer Fantasy world was inside a warp storm, effectively. But then they decided to change that. Then what else was going on with them? Then you had the entire tower good guys, then the not good guys, and they are good guys, then the mind controlling people, and the not mind controlling people. The ethereals are evil, Farsight's a good guy, Farsight is evil, Farsight's... There's a lot of back and forth going on with those types of law changes. You've had the entire idea of the orcs being based on Margaret Thatcher and certain groups of people. Which is why in old orc models you can see certain symbols on them. Not safe to say on YouTube. So yeah, there's been a lot of back. I think like the biggest retcon that kind of upsets me is Abaddon winning the 13th Crusade. Because they had a massive campaign. Again, I wasn't fair for this one, but it was like the law of my childhood. But there was a massive like campaign game that was like worldwide, lots of people playing and reporting like the games. And Abaddon effectively grinded his 13th Crusade into a stalemate and pretty much lost it as a result based on all of that. Except they decided to go against all of what these people played and all of the fan stuff and instead go with Abaddon wins at the end. And retconned all of his previous 12 Crusades into it's just part of his grand plan. It's just, I didn't like that one very much. I mean, I do like the law of the changes it's created and all of the stuff. It's pretty fun, but at the same time, it kind of feels like a big screw you to the fans there. Adeptus Sororitas are cool. Boob armor. Like, I don't want a faction of women is effectively... Like, making a faction of women, of only women, is kind of very similar to making a faction of men. In which, like, having women in the Astra Militarum and, like, actual models that are meant to be a bit more feminine in the Astra Militarum, it's cool. I like that, because it's, like, men and women fighting alongside one another. That's like decent female representation. Having the Eldari models, you know, being some of them being feminine and stuff and fighting alongside the male models. That's like decent female representation. Making an entire faction that's all got boob armor is quite heavily sexualized in like especially for old lore of Adeptus Sororitas. For a long time, like back when I was a kid, Adeptus Sororitas didn't even have their own codex. Instead, it was a White Dwarf codex. So if you wanted the rules, you had to buy a really old White Dwarf magazine. And if you wanted to buy the models, the really expensive metal models. And half of the time when they appeared in the lore, it was just overly sexualized stuff. And, you know, being a little girl and wanting to play Warhammer and stuff, that wasn't very fun. And I didn't really like the Adeptus Sororitas that much. Instead, I did go a bit more to Dark Eldar and Eldar, especially for Kabbalite warriors and stuff. Again, the boob armor wasn't that great, but they weren't that really great at modeling like gender differences in faces at that point anyway, so you're just too afraid to break their model, so I started a decently nice arsonist. Yeah. Hi, Hecate Skull. Black Templars. Yeah, the Black Templars. Yeah. Oh, kind of. We're kind of like a successor chapter now. I've been trying to paint fire on the ground. Adeptus Sororitas was going for a bad boop. Wonder Woman style combat, yeah. Drukhari were all lewd though. I think they're kind of lewd if you want them to be. I didn't really think about it like that when I was a kid, though. I just thought about these guys are cool, and they got dark lances, and they're edgy, and I didn't like the witches. Instead, I just made Cabalite warriors and incubi. They're more indecent than for sure, Tash. Well, that's the thing is, if you actually look at them, they're not sexualized at all. Well, they are sexualized, but for Drukhari in the law, especially like the old law, they were barely actually sexualized outside of the witches being half-dressed. And if actually, like, they had a female character who was effectively just called Corella DeVille. And he had a bunch of other female characters like that. And all I read about in the law was just how vicious and evil they are and cruel. I was like, you know what? These guys are edgy goth people. Especially the Cabalite ones. I loved the Cabalite ones. And that's what I went with in the end. Now, sororitas are better handled than they used to be. Like, sororitas were very poorly handled. In the law, when I was young. But still, the main thing is, though, is I didn't want a female-only faction. I just wanted a faction that had women in it. Like, that's ultimately, like, when people want female representation, they don't want just like, oh, this is entirely female-focused. Like, no, we just want to be included in the fun. So yeah. I have a hobby long, but man. You took the messed up ones? Oh, literally you took up the messed up ones. Yeah, they were messed up. I played Black Templars back then because... what did I love about the Black Templars? Oh yeah, Monty Python references. The first time I noticed the Black Templars properly, I remember it was someone playing them and they used the Holy Orb of Antioch. I was like, is that a Monty Python reference? And they're like, yeah, look at the codex. And the codex was just filled with Monty Python references. In fact, you had, you know, the ability to give your entire army 6+ feel no pain. And it's like, just but a scratch. Your entire army is just an army of Black Knights. Just getting the limbs cut off and being like, nah, I don't care. I don't care. You hit me with, you know, a strength D weapon. Let me just roll a dice. Ooh, a 6. I'm just a torso just crawling along. I like them. Oh, Dory loved that adult parties. They did. They did. And to be fair, though, the Drukhari had a lot more lore than the Adeptus Sororitas when I was growing up. Like, the only time I saw the Adeptus Sororitas in lore, there was one time when it was really cool, and that was the Last Chances, and it was just, like, the first chapter, and you saw a little bit of them. But then you suddenly had all the characters just being sexualizing them, and that was like, eh. But the Dark Elder had so much lore. And only a little bit of it was, you know, the sexualized side. The rest of it was like, hey, this is like the most evil woman in existence. And she's just doing all of this stuff. This is one of the best fighters in the galaxy who is said to have killed custodians. And it's like, both of them are women. It's like, oh my goodness, that's so cool. And that's ultimately what drew me to the Dark Eldar in the end. More than anything else, it was these, you know, cool characters doing cool stuff and not being sexualized in the lore for it. And it helps them being Xenos. So a lot of the time when they were, like, did appear in front of humans, they're like, Eldar, they're disgusting, they're gross. Xenos. Oops, sorry. My headphones catching my microphone then. Or my pop filter rather. Okay. Just fixing some of these white areas now. Monty Python reference filled codex seems pretty fun to read. It was fun. I mean, it wasn't absolutely filled, but it had enough references to make me go, I like these guys. Back then as well, it's like, if you've seen any of the old Space Marine models, they are very... They're kind of bad, to be honest. Like, their poses look stupid. They got these really squat legs. They're barely moving about. The Black Templar models, though, with all the tabards and the fact that they're, like, all for melee, they looked really cool by comparison. And that also helps, like, sell the models to me. So, very fun, very silly list. A bit sad that they've kind of lost a bunch of those references now. But, you know, the law changes, things change, you roll for punches. Back then as well, they were radical, but they weren't the memes that they are now. Like, most of the memes about them back then was about them being Monty Python references, rather than, you know, being genocidal freaks. So it was a lot more fun. And for also more moderate, like I remember one of the codexes came out and it was talking about how some of the Black Templar, you know, actually praise the astropaths and navigators of being able to see the light of the Emperor rather than hating them. I was like, oh, I like that. I like, yeah, sure, many of the Black Templar absolutely hate them, but I like the idea that some of them do like them. You don't really see that in a lot of the codexy stuff at the moment, though. If they do, they definitely focus a lot more on the more evil side of the Black Templar, which is fine. It's what the 40k is about. Although it's not what originally made me like the Black Templar. No, I'm not a cat. Hi, Anthony. Time for me to go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Shigori Kako. 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 There we go. Sorry, I'm struggling with words today. What time is it? Oh, I was hoping I'd get my delivery by now. She's saying she's not a cat. I'm not being a cat. I'm just a cupcake that looks vaguely like a super fluffy and soft kitty cat. Okay, I need to get some Fenris Grey on these models now. Or is it Rust Grey? I think it's Rust Grey that I want to use. Yeah, Rust Grey. Oh, look at this dude. How does this fire look now? It looks okay. I'll keep it. I'll keep it. The lightning of a sword kind of sucks, if I'm entirely honest. It's fine from this side. It sucks on this side. But I'm going to just BRB for a little bit. I want to just see if my things arrive. and stretch my legs. Hello! Mage Handcam. But oh, blue. I mean, it is meant to be a Promethean fire. Blue edges. And we could try adding some blue in. The issue I'm thinking with trying to do a blue fire is its readability as a blue fire. Thing hadn't arrived yet. And I could try adding some blue. The main thing with like blue fire compared to orange fire is orange fire is very, very smoky. And it's very, very thick. You don't see through the flame very well. Blue fire though is very wispy. It doesn't have as much smoke to it. And as a result, you can see to the other side because I'm using green stuff to represent it. It won't have that same effect. Like blue fire, the center of a blue flame is not that bright usually. It's you can see through it, and it's the edges that's bright. Or at least that's usually how you like would draw a blue fire if you're doing art. You got these very bright edges, maybe a bright center, but then this like central part to it, like you got this triangle like this, where it's transparent and will give you a blurred view to the other side, or distorted view. And then you'll have like this wispy smoke coming off, will just be more heaty sort of thing, where orange fire, you have this very thick. I could try adding a little blue edging to it, but I do feel like, especially for the rest of the blue of the model, it will not read too well. Plus, it's Prometheum. You don't know how Prometheum works. 40k Prometheum. You never know. You never know. Oh, that's what I need to do. I need to do Stormhost. While I was thinking about it, Stormhost Silver. Where's my Stormhost silver? That's gold. Here we go. Ow. Fingies. I've hurt my fingies. Have you ever got plastic glue in your finger? Like, if you have the cut on your finger and you got some plastic glue in it, that stings. I mean, it's not super bad. It just stings a bit out. Because that's what happened to me last night. It's like, ow, why does that hurt when I got plastic glue on my finger? Then I'm like, oh, I got a scrap. I got a cut on my hobby knife. Well, whatever. We'll just continue. It's not that bad. I remember you saying that you'd use a Ridgeron as a proxy for the new hit. Now, I don't think it's big enough to be a proxy for a new Hippogriff vehicle. I was saying you could potentially, but it's way too small. You'd have to do like a massive conversion to proxy it. Which got me thinking that how well the Hippo is going to work in Brood Brothers. The Hippogriff could potentially work in Brood Brothers, assuming you can use it, because... Doesn't it? Won't the Brood Brothers detachment have to be updated for the new guard vehicles? And there's no guarantee that they are going to update it for the new guard vehicles. Tyrannage. And it's, I imagine it would be pretty good as in like a cheap vehicle that can provide a lot of the firepower that you're otherwise missing in Gene Stealer Corps. But that being said, you can just say the same about Lehman Ross. In theory, should be able to do that because 145 points is pretty cheap for what a Lehman Ross is. Like 145 points is the Fusiliers in the Admet. No, the exclusions are... I think officers are moved. So wait, does it just tell you what you can't have, not what you can have? I thought the Brood Brothers like told you what you could have in the detachment. And it would be easy just to tell you what you can't have. Now the new Hippogriff, you cannot bring aircraft, commissar, epic hero, Minotaur and Tempestus, Ogren, Rattling, Tech Beast, Engineer, Ministrator and Priest. I guess that makes sense. Okay, that's cool. So yeah, the new Hippogriff might be good then for you. Fast vehicle, a lot more firepower than pretty much anything Gene Stealer. Well, from the looks of it, looks like a lot more firepower. Apparently Brood Brothers isn't a very good detachment anyway, so... Okay, what do I want to do now? Well, we've got to get Nuln Oil on those things, so well, we can just wait until after we've done all of the things. So, Abaddon black now. We want to just solidify these black colours. Just fix where I've made a bunch of mistakes. Actually, wait. One of these guys, I think it's him, is gold feather. So just a little bit of where it's white. I need to get my... Vtuber armor? No, it's full bright copper. Oh no, we go for Vtuber armor on it. That should be good. Hello, Talon. We've been painting fire today. How have you been? Been painting any fire? Setting any fires? Talon, that command doesn't work anymore. It's mega jump. Mega jump. We also lose voice of command, so orders are gone. The only exception is that I cast the kin, which they can order themselves. Nice. That fire looks good, like good beef. It's not meant to look like beef. It's meant to look like fire. Okay, where's my Abaddon black? Abaddon. Why do you have a paint named after you? You suck. The only Chaos Lord that the Imperium teaches you about is Abaddon, and all they do is tell you that he's a terrible idiot. That actually would work so well. Just as like, if you ever hear about a guy called Abaddon with a spoiler, remember, he's an idiot. Go and punch him with a snosser. Don't even tell him why he's an idiot. Flame grilled cheeseburger. Flame grilled cheeseburger. Mega jump. Mega jump. Mega jump. To be fair, Abby has this amazing capacity to fail upwards. He's been doing it all his life.
To be fair, Abby has this amazing capacity to fail upwards. He's been doing it all his life.
Yeah, true, Cuptle, true. Speak that truth. I like the look of the leather on these guys. I think that's super cool leather. Now I'm fighting Abaddon for spoiler, and I realise that it's the wrong guy after he spoiled the plot of Invincible. Oh, so you learned that eventually they all get replaced by bug people? And that Tech Jacket is the most powerful hero in Invincible. By the way, when Photon were around in 9th edition, were they just ridiculously overpowered? because I've been watching some battle reports from 9th edition. And for Photon have the ability to put, these judgment tokens on enemies. And they can just like spam them everywhere. I think they're getting rules where if like they roll a 4 or 5 to hit, it automatically wounds, and they're using like AP -3, damage 3 weapons like all over the place. And it's like, what the heck? That just seems unfairly stupid. It's like, hey, do that trigon over there. Yeah, it's gone. It's like, oh, you captured the objective. Well, that's a judgment token. Oh, yeah, you did some damage to a unit. That's a judgment token. Oh, at my turn, I just give a bunch of judgment tokens to people. Oh, a unit of judgment tokens died. Well, but its judgment tokens is going to other units instead. It's like, what the heck? It's like the first judgment token, okay, it's like, what, +1 to hit. Second judgment token, re-rolling to hit. And to wound. And then third one is just like... it just seemed, it was not fun to watch those gameplays at all. Like, the first couple of turns seems relatively fair. Although the first turn rather. And after that it's just like... okay. Never mind. I much prefer Photon as they are now. Photon as they are now are really, really good. Really well balanced. Hi, Chaplain. Oh, to be honest, the more I watch of the 9th edition battles and stuff, the more I'm glad about 10th edition, because 10th edition just feels so much better balanced and so much more fun. I distinctly remember one of our Warhammer group picked up the squats, the Meta Chaser. He would firmly deny this. He did get to play it very much. We collectively took one look and said, nah. Oh, he didn't get to play it much. Yeah. Wait. Also, I kind of like how the art at the moment, this fortified takeover and the yield sort of thing. That just feels like such a more unique concept compared to just knock off dwarves. Like, judgment tokens is just from trying to turn squats into dwarves. Yields, though, it's like, okay, they are kind of like dwarves, but they're much more focused on, less grudging and more mining, which is cool. It makes them feel more unique compared to the rest of the factions. Like, every other faction is grudge focused effectively in 40k. We're all angry, they all hate one another. Oh, BRB package. It's here! He was also the one who complained that all this army win rates are tanked at the start of the 10th. Not to meta chase a trust. When everyone bar like 3 factions had sub 50% win rate. Oh. Yeah. Custodian battle group. Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful box. This is a much nicer box compared to some of the other battle group boxes we've had before. I'd show you, but they wouldn't fit on the camera at the moment. That's one weird looking sister of battle. Sisters of battle? No! The Black Templars! Custodies!
Well, show us a corner. Don't keep us guessing.
Look at it. Oh, Warhammer. Legio Custodies. Oops. Corner! Like, look how shiny this is. It's so nice. Such a nice material. Rather than the corrugated boxes that some of them come in. Oh. New shield captainy person. Okay, I can see a little bit of what people are talking about with these guys being a bit hard to kit bash. That being said, you could easily cut these things so you can change your leg angle a bit. Ooh, the turret. The turret of a new thing. Okay. Oh, it does look like, yeah, the capes are molded onto a back, which are molded onto the shoulders. Ooh. Yeah, that's not very fun. Interesting. Well, we'll look at these guys tomorrow. For now, we're painting. Also, hi, Agent Zach. Can't see too well. The capes are some weird design choices in the legs. Yeah. But here we go. Here is... It's a Black Templar. Yeah. Oh, I also wanted to do the thing. I forgot about the thing that I wanted to do to this. What is the thing? I need to look at how they do the wearing, the thermal damage. Space Marines, Black Templars, thermal damage. Let's look at... Oh, yeah, that's the kind of thermal damage I want. How do they do it for the Infernus Marines? Let's look. Infernus Marines. Oh, they don't do much, do they? Oh, no, they do a bit. They do bits. They do light in the middle there. Oh! That makes sense, I guess. I could do some Nightfall Bright Copper there. Is the brush even wet? Yes, the brush is wet. Literally washing it. Purple at the hot end, blue in the middle, then orange, I think. Yeah, but it seems because it's less heat on this thing, like when the melter gun, which makes sense. There you go, black, tiny bits of purple, and then like an orangey browny colour. That's nice. Okay, I'm thinking then. Melter gun, barely. No, it's not a melter gun, it's a flamethrower. It's a flamethrower. The melter gun has a lot more of that going further down the barrel, but the flame boa has less because obviously it's not as hot. So let's go with, do I have, oh, Luxian purple should be good. Luxian purple. There we go. And I want to get some, let's try some full guide copper. Of a brighter copper colour. So we need to really mix that up. That should help. And probably want some Mornfang Brown or Catachan Flesh. Catachan Flesh might actually be good for more of a burnt looking thing. Yeah, what down Catachan Flesh could actually be good. Because it already has a lack of colour to it. A lack of, what's it called, warmth. So let's go with that more burnt brown. Oh, yes. Just want it thin. The corners of it. Along here. Along there. And it will bring it further in because it's a smaller one. That looks good. Thank you. Also, hi, Greg Johnson. Oh, I see my heat distortion is done fire washes, not straight paint. That probably changes things. Yeah. I don't have that many different coloured washes. And my contrasts, which are not too dissimilar, but they got a lot more pigment to them. So do some... I don't have any medium, unfortunately. I'll try some Luxian purple. I've done this before with just actual normal straight paint. That looks fine. Oh gosh, I just moved the entire thing. That wasn't my intention. I wanted to just smudge it out. There you go. And then just a little bit of black over the edge of the barrel. There you go. That looks okay, I guess. Okay, back to trying to just fix some of this black on the actual armor. Okay, thingies. Wanna look like thingies. The hand wants to be a hand. There's a bit of damage on the armor. The last part of this guy seems pretty decent. Maybe I've already done some correction on him. A little bit correcting over here. What needs to be done? What about there? No, that's a purity CLS. Doesn't need correcting around the purity seal either. There's a bit of this leg here. Doesn't have to be too great because it's not going to be easily seen anyway. There's a few bits of brush tufts stuck to this model there. A bit there. Let's look. Thingies. Okay, definitely thingies need fixing here. Custody battle group. Yeah, I'm thinking I want to go for a very simple colour scheme for my custodies that's going to just mostly be dry brushing. There you go. Gonna be gold if more gold and a bit more gold. No, no, no. I'm going for Jade Custodians. I'm thinking of going with custodians that potentially refer to the Emperor as like the Jade Emperor and stuff. And for the Jade Shield Host. I don't know if there are any custodians like that actually do think the Emperor is divine. Like, if it is possible that some of them may think that, then maybe my Jade Custodians will believe he is divine. I know that in general they don't believe he is divine like most Astartes don't. I'm gonna have to look up that. But I did learn that different shield hosts have different colour schemes and stuff. So I'm thinking this is... I don't know exactly why they were sent out. Maybe they were sent out to support Carl the expedition. Oh yeah, that's it. For those of you who don't know, I'm renaming my Space Marines as the... So far, my chapter idea for the name is Reclaimed Blades. Oh, did I ever do the eyes? I didn't do the eyes here. Yeah, like the Wardens who have black armor. Yeah, and there's a few other ones, like there's purple ones as well. And apparently the 10,000 isn't actually a reference to how many custodians there currently are. I think there's apparently a lot more custodians than 10,000 right now. I think there's hundreds of thousands of them, but they're still called for 10,000. From what I read anyway, if that's the case. Yeah, I'm using contrast for the eyes here, simply because I want them to look powered off. So I just want the contrast paint to just be quite subtle on it. So the lenses are red, but there's nothing lighting them up. Purple, I think, is the Emissaries Imperialis, which are those who will be randomly stood next to a guardsman because the card said so. Yeah, these ones I'm thinking they were sent either specifically to support the Audio Astartes guy who... Oh yeah, the new law I thought of is that my guys for Reclaimers. Well, they're not Reclaimers, because that's actually a chapter of their own. The main thing is that they do is they're looking for like archaeotech and, you know, trying to reclaim lost technology, both new and old. And they were formed when the Marsh, back before the Great Rift and the Primaris Marines were known about, when Anadia Astartes was basically like, hey, you're a marshal of this Templar Penitence Crusade, and I want you to join me in my mission. And he also brought in a bunch of other Sons of Dawn, mostly from the Death Watch. And, you know, basically people have been punished for one reason or another. Generally for thinking, you know, things that, like, especially Black Templar shouldn't usually be thinking. Being a bit too open. Being a bit too iconoclast. But he particularly wants these people who worship the Emperor as a god and are kind of also iconoclast.
I would put on my best 343 guilty spark voice here, but I'm not paid enough, so you're just getting a reclaimer.
Yeah. No, they're not that type. So what they are... But the entire point is like they arrived was this brand new battle barge. And when I say brand new, it's like less than 100 years old. It was like a decade old, crazy young battle barge. And quite big. And they're like, hey, here's a battle barge. Here's a bunch of people. There's a few tech priests over here and their tech priest ships. There's a planet over north of the Eye of... north east of the Eye of Terror. And... it's recently fallen to chaos, and there's something around the planet that you can't ask me about. You can't know anything about it, but there's something on this planet that we need to make sure does not fall into chaos's hands. And the thing is, it was, do you know Belisarius calls Primaris Marines? Because he had caches of Primaris Marines all over the place. And Primaris equipment, and this is a cache of the Sons of Dawn. Which is meant to be very well hidden, but it looks like the Chaos might have figured out something was hidden on the planet. So they needed to retake the planet, but in the middle of retaking it, the Great Rift formed. and the Imperium seemed lost. So the Order Astartes guy and the Tech Priest person that was both sent there to the planet decided, you know what? Maybe we should open up these Sons of Dawn Primaris Marines to liberate all the surrounding planets and cordon off a nice area. Protocol dictates action. And potentially, after, Call announced the Space Marines and stuff, maybe, like, a bunch of unlocks and stuff and seals off this cache, like, unlocked. Or somehow he managed this Astartes Inquisitor guy of a Tech Priest could actually contact Call. I don't know. Either way, they unlocked the Primaris stuff. Eventually, the Crusade got big enough, trying to liberate and reclaim worlds and technology in the area. Because the Tech Priest, Dominus, is predominantly a Tech Priest archaeologist that supported them. And the Order Inquisitor's like, you know what, let's just look for lost technology here. And let's make sure Chaos doesn't get its hands on all the technology in this area. And it's not lost to Xenos and Heretics. And eventually they were forced to disown themselves as Black Templars and become part of a new crusade, new chapter by the Order Inquisitor. Order Astartes Inquisitor. Yeah. Mega jump. I'm sure the sky of this planet would be very pretty if it wasn't a portal to hell. Yeah, pretty much. That's what happened during the Great Rift. But in all the chaos and confusion, they basically went into, we need as many Marines as we can get hold of. We need to expand our military capabilities as much as we can. And they formed into a new chapter. Eventually, they managed to start making contact with the Imperium, but they're still cut off from the greater part of the Imperium by all the warp storms and the proximity to all the horrible stuff near the Eye of Terror and so on. Well, that's the rough idea, anyway. And I'm thinking maybe the chapter's called The Reclaimed Blades. But I'm unsure, But I thought it would be fun, like, to have these Templars have quite a close relationship with the tech adepts of... Well, maybe not the Tech Adepts of Mars in particular, but really close relationship with the Tech Priests, the servants of the Omnisire. And they've constantly got these Order Astartes Inquisitors looking over their shoulders. Okay, I need to fix the belt on this guy. Get purity seal. It's messed up here. Oh gosh. That's the issue with having a soft brush. It explodes. And you don't want it to explode. Reclaimed blades. But by this point, the entire like mantra now is they launch crusades predominantly not to liberate worlds. Well, the main thing is to try regaining lost technology and then set up the infrastructure and industry to produce more of that technology. So they liberate planets to effectively turn them into factory worlds. Not exactly forge worlds. They are the fires of industry. Like, you're an agri world? You want to be producing food? But we found this old STC on your planet. No, your entire planet's now going to force its production into producing sparks. Like, have you seen it? It's amazing. It's an STC of how to produce something that's a fork and a spoon at once. You know, the Imperium needs an infinite amount of these. Think about how much cutlery would save. Like, instead of every guardsman having to have a fork and spoon, they'll just have one item. Ah! Yes, Black Templars, yes. Kind of Black Templars. Aye, big tasty. The humble spark. The humble spark. Yeah. And do you know the best sparks though? They're the ones that have a knife blade along the edge. So it's a knife, a fork, and a spoon all at once. I mean, when you're that amazing, it's impossible not to be humble because
you yearn for the factories. Wait, no, we yearn for the mines. Levels bombardment cannon at the civvies. No, you don't.
No, actually, no. Some of them do need to yearn for the mines, just so that we got the resources to make more sparks. You know, we need more aluminium. We need more aluminium. No, but then they like will liberate. What I imagine what they'll do is so like liberate worlds and stuff. It's like, okay, so this world is now being turned into a factory world, and maybe in the future it'll become a forge world. But it needs food, and the amount of pollution it's now producing is making it hard to produce food. So we're just going to liberate this other planet, and we're going to put its entire production into producing food to support the planet that's producing lots of resources. And we're going to liberate this other planet to turn it into a mining planet to support the planets. So, yeah, I imagine that's what they do. It's like they're not just trying to reclaim technology, they're trying to effectively forge mini empires capable of self-sufficiently making sure that technology will not become lost again. Or that if it does become lost, at least we'll have enough copies of it that it doesn't matter. Your Templars have evolved to a most sane Iron Hand chapter, kind of. Although they're not about the flesh is weak too much. Although I imagine they're probably slowly going to the flesh is weak. But they worship the Emperor, and they believe the flesh is strong through the Emperor. They're basically techno-archaeologists at this point, and just the servants of a techno-archaeologist who has delusions of grandeur. And I'm also thinking the techno-archaeologist isn't actually a person. and has never been a person. She's just a robot. She looks like a human, and she might have some fleshy bits, but really, those are just servos. Like, the fleshy bits used to be humans. They didn't used to be her. But I'm imagining that she's secretly an AI. Masquerading as a person. Because I think that would be fun. And I think maybe the High Marshal knows this. And has to keep it a secret. And the Inquisitors know this, but again, it's all had to be kept a secret. And it causes a lot of, you know, bad blood between the Marshal and the Inquisitor, the Tech Priest. Maybe. I don't know. I just like the idea of, you know, the Tech Priests are becoming so robotic and mechanical that it'll become impossible to tell, like, just a woman of iron from one of them. Oh, no. That kind of does seem to go against some of the ideas of, you know, how the GW Men of Iron currently look, with the weird heads that they all have for some reason. Okay, some of this stuff had already been neatened up. But do the Iron Hands do that type of stuff? I didn't think they went on like these crusades to liberate worlds and force the production changes. Well, that also explains why my Black Templar are, you know, just so well decorated and so well equipped. Like, these Templars are very, very fancy looking. Compared to your average Templar. I mean, I know Templars are fancy in general, but my guys are very, very fancy. And also, we've got loads of relic equipment and gear. And they've got loads of Terminator armor. And they've got loads of it because of the close support of the Admech. And their constant crusades in of reclamation. Now what I need to do is become an author for, do you know, Games Workshop and get my Templars officially recognized. And then have them get accused of empire building. and have a mini civil war. But would explain why Dinofeld butt heads with other groups. Like, why would my Templar fight the Astra Militarum? Well, quite simply, the Astra Militarum are getting in the way of us building a new factory here. We're reclaiming technology, and the Astra Militarum aren't allowed this technology. They're just in the way. Or maybe the Astra Militarum are guarding for technology. But we're like, no, you can't be guarding for technology. It needs to be used. Ah! I should get all the robots from, do you know, the old Admech, the Horus Heresy Admech, and like proxy them into things like Onaga Dune Crawlers. And Cataphrons and stuff. Okay, I want some these steel cool purple, these guys. Oh. Okay, let's look at this now. Yeah! I am a god. No exaggeration. Definitely. There we go. That's looking nice now. Okay, let's get the other brush out. That will be a bit better what I want to do next. But let's find some Gene Stealer Purple. Gene Stealer Purple. Gene Stealer Purple. Looks more pink to me. Oh gosh, that needs... Oops, sorry. Start the microphone again. Maybe we should get one of those tiny microphones you can clip to yourself. That would be cool. How does that look? That looks okay, I guess. There we go. And all I want to do now is do wear and tear for edges of the armor. Which we just need rust grey for. Very nice. Is it rust grey I want to do, or is it Fenris grey? Do I have both rust and Fenris out? If I do... that confuses me, but I don't have both out. I just have rust, so we'll go with rust. We just want to go along the edges of the model and then just give it a good old wash in Nuln Oil to help blend in the edging that we're doing. The main thing is we just want to put like dinks and make this thing look like it's been through hell and back again. You know, there and back again. A hobbit's tale. Now, for using a contrast paint over dark grey, it's relatively good for giving it just that base wear and tear to begin with. Which is why I didn't really try correcting it too much. The main thing was just getting rid of places where I like accidentally painted yellow, white or gold where it's not meant to be. Yeah, here we go. I found out in Rogue Trader, Idra or whatever her name is, has the heretical trait at level 2. Like, is there anything I can do about that? But I don't want a heretic in my meds. She doesn't seem very heretical, but she does have a heretical trait. And she's an unsanctioned psycho. Maybe that's why she has a heretical trait. But I found some heretical gear and was like, I can give it to her. Because I thought I'd just do... The looting always takes forever, so I just decided to do the looting off stream. Because it takes forever. I did one tiny fight while I was looting. It was literally very tiny. It lasted like one turn. By the way, Conjure for Fumble makes it look like you ate the paints and coloured it. I know. I thought that would be funny to make it look like that. I was gonna like add a little comment to it and stuff, but then I thought, nah, I'll just let people make their own ideas. I was gonna put tasty paint. Or even just add some extra colour to the tongue. And thought it'd be funnier just to leave it. Which is also one of the reasons why I left Uriel yellow. You know, just open there, right next to it. Well, you better take a spoonful or I'm calling it. Come on. There we go. Back. Technically, I am eating bits of the paint when I'm, you know, trying to just get the brush to be in a point again. So I use the corners of my mouth. It's not clickbait at all. Also, look. My tongue is pink and yellow. So again, not clickbait. Should see a doctor about that. No.
Cupcake, I'm hungry. Can I eat it?
No, don't eat it. My models are nice. Hi, Clyde. My models are not for eating, Cuptle. They're friends, not food. But you're hungry. No, well, find some good food to eat. That's not my models, my paint, or my cupcakes. Get yourself a Greg's pasty. Over you go bankrupt doing that. Get yourself a Pound Bakery pasty. Ow! Why do you throw an empty can at me and call it a drink? It's empty. I heard that emptiness. Get me a fresh cola. Can used to be full when I threw it at you. If you win, I can has. Oh gosh. Ah. Wait, where's my can of cola? Okay, gotta turn that on. Okay, the throwing thing is working. The can just absolutely missed me. Is that just how quickly I'm drinking it? You're throwing a full can of cola and before it even reaches me, I've already drunk it. I'm rifling through your supply to prevent... No, don't... Ow! I have drunk a lot of cola. No, get me fresh cola. Thank you. That is a full can of cola. Yeah. Nothing but empties here. You have a problem, Cup. I don't have a... My only problem is I don't have enough cola. You have a drinking problem. Yeah, well, what's the problem? We're out of drinks. No! Hi, Lord Chunk the Great. How you doing, man? I just joined. I didn't understand a single word you said. You don't understand a single word I said? Is it my accent? Or is it the fact I'm just talking about cola? We're painting this dude, by the way. He's a very funky dude. Morning, TA. How you doing? I am an alien singing an alien song, doing alien things and singing all along. I'm not an alien, I'm a cupcake. I'm a cupcake under a pain in my Warhammer, painting myself a Templar. It's such a cool little Templar. It's a reclaimed blade. This guy doesn't even have a sword. How could it be a reclaimed blade? It's more of a reclaimed fist. do do do. This is
Jeff the 80th. We are really bad with creative names. We make fun of Jeff Gus. He has no blade. Great success.
No, it's called Stevie Steve. It's called Stevie Steve. You silly person. Oh, Jeff the 80th. No, we're amazing at names. Only someone who's amazing at names, which is you guys in chat, would call somebody Stevie Steve. Well, this is just unfortunate. Very windy outside today. Right, I think one of these guys needs a bit more leather painted onto them because there's a mistake. Painting these dudes, a bit time consuming. It's 2 minutes past 2, you know what that means. Website. Yeah! What to add to your next Jade Custodian's army? Oh look, this is a different colour. Word bearers. I can't boring. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. 2 minutes past 2 is a Tuesday. I just meant that for Warhammer website updated or something. Posted something new, but it was boring. No new Warhammery things. They're gonna really milk out this entire 11th edition models, aren't they? How long in advance do you think they plan to release this? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they already had, like, models made and packaged, like, a year in advance. It makes sense of some of the leaks that we get. About 2 minutes before the article drops. Because you just look at like the logistics of like how a lot of big businesses go. It's like, one, they often do like, they're often planning next year's Halloween or Christmas stuff like before this year's Christmas stuff is done. Or like, you know, about to be put into before we reach Christmas of this year. That's what I wanted to say. Or at least a lot of places do that. And often you get last minute changes and stuff with them trying to be trendy. But yeah, when it comes to logistics, especially with something like models, they must have. And that's probably one of the things that makes it really, really difficult to predict how popular something's going to be. Because they've probably produced and packaged the models and already put the production into producing the next set of models by the time it, like, months before the actual release dates of the models. So this means that there's a very good chance that they have either overestimated the popularity or underestimated how popular something was going to be. But it's got to be entirely based on knowledge from months ago. That's months out of date. And they've tried forecasting and predicting, but, you know. Which is actually probably one of the really big things why they like doing reveal shows. Because it allows them to gauge what the popularity of certain kits are going to be before they enter production. After this guy, I'm going to have to just run to the little cupcake room. Oh, tummy pain. What day is it today? It's Tuesday. Tomorrow is Wednesday. We're going to have a long stream where hopefully I'm going to build all of the new custody stuff. I don't think there's any releases anytime soon that I'm really excited for. I think the next release I'm looking forward to is the Guardsman release. Which is good for my bank account anyway. So that's probably not going to arrive for another month or so. Actually, probably more. Like, Maelstrom was... what, 2 months ago? Eye of Terror was... a couple of weeks. No. 1 week ago. No, yeah, no, just released this week. Okay. What unit are you painting? I'm painting members of a Crusader squad. For Black Templar. Well, kind of a successor chapter from Black Templars. Or then it'll be a successor chapter of Imperial Fist, but still. So yeah, we're painting this guy. We've tried doing like fire and stuff. Oh, so he's a swordbreathen in charge of a squad. This is a colour scheme we're going for. So this guy is finished off of the base. I've been painting them weirdly. At first we were doing one model at a time, then I went to 3 models at a time. And we've got... Let me look. The purple shoulder pad is to determine what detachment they're from. So these guys are from the 5th detachment, the mobile battalion. And like there's the guy who leads this squad. He's a castellan with a giant axe. Yeah. Oh. I'm currently assembling a War Dog Stalker. Ooh. That's the Chaos Knight things. Wait, the Stalker, which type is that? Is that the Carnivores with 2 weapons? 2 melee weapons. Is that the one with the 2 autocannons, the equivalent to the Hellervane? This is another guy. He's got an Imperial Fist because he fought alongside the Imperial Fists. Well, maybe I can change the law to he was once an Imperial Fist. That could be cool. That's another one. These are the ones we've painted so far. There's 20 of them. But we need to paint. There's 3 more Marines left in this squad. This guy had green stuff. For his tabard. And I really messed up the green stuff. Messed this one up a bit less. Okay, I'm gonna have to BRB. Running to the little cupcake room. It has 1 ranged and 1 melee. Oh, okay, that's cool. Hello. Sorry about that. What a miss. Everything stream. Stream isn't ending. Why do you say the stream is ending? The stream's still going on. Da, 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 da. Oh my gosh, so mean, Anthony. Me when I spent... I was literally
Misery
my
word of the
POV.
day, disappointment. Imagine my disappointment when the Chaos Rhino can't be built with a launcher and combi weapon with.
With a shooter without a lot of kit bashing. What do you mean it requires a lot of kit bashing? Doesn't require much kit bashing. There you go. Let's look. Unless it doesn't come with a Stormbot. I've not built the Chaos version of a Rhino before. Yeah, there's a Stormbolter. There's a missile. You could literally just put the Stormbolter next to this thing. The gunner gets in. You don't need the gunner. What? You don't need to put the gunner on. You can just let's look. Oh my gosh, this is an old kit. Comes with a heavy flamer. Yeah, you can just put the combi weapon on. See, you got a handle here. You don't need the gunner pointing out. You can just glue these two bits together. Glue that bit onto it. Obviously put it onto the... whatever it is. The hatch. Just have the hatch closed. I never put the gunner pointing out of my hatch. I always like to imagine that the gun is automated or controlled from the inside. But yeah, you could just... not have the gunner. I don't need the chaos symbol around it either. The alternate thing you can do is you can always just put like the launcher just right here. Just glue it there. Like, where is it? Yeah, just stick these bits onto this bit. And then just stick this bit onto that bit. Seen a lot of Chaos Fighters that have it come the back. Yeah. So, yeah. Also, let's look at the... That's not the only Rhino you can use. You can always just go be like, where's word bearers? Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Demos pattern. Look at this, it's beautiful. And look, you got an actual automated gun there. Does this come? Yeah, it's got the Havoc launcher. Can have a gunner and the Havoc launcher. Can have a combi weapon. And it's a much more modern kit, so it's way nicer to put together. And look at all these options. You get loads of spare bits. You never thought it was actually able to go up front. Oh. Yeah, this is the other kit you can do. Now, the issue with this one is you don't get all those cool chaos bits as well on top of it. So yeah. But still, fun stuff. Oh gosh, my tummy really hurts now. I'm such a slow painter. Not helped by the fact I've so much to build as well. Still got to magnetize a bunch of models. Chaos bits are very cool, but you get enough spares for another rhino. That's cool. Yeah, the main one that's a big struggle with is getting the hunt to kill a missile, the combat, the storm bolter, and the multi-melter on a land raider. Very difficult getting all on there. When enough chaos bits.
Slaps rhino, so much rattling, this baby can fit so many rhino bits in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you meant. You can get like a second amount of chaos bits. The chaosify is second rhino. There we go. Okay. Painting the arm bit. Painting the arm bit. Painting the arm bit. I was messed up. What's this guy named? Roberto Dispatch. I just realised something. BRB. 5 seconds. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, knock stuff over. It's fine. Alive. So, my curtains were closed. Opened them up again. I wonder why it felt a bit weirder in here. Maybe I should try a non-metallic metal model. I'm not really a big fan of non-metallic metals, to be honest, though. Rhino fits anything that isn't a Primaris Marine. Yeah. Or a Terminator. Or Jump Pack Marine. Or a Centurion. Yeah, rhinos, they can't fit a lot, to be honest. They are... Well, it's always been a bit of a small wonder how they are meant to fit 10 Space Marines in them. Like, even non-Primaris scale, it feels odd. Like, they can't just squash together like a Guardsman can. Because, you know, they're wearing big old power armoured plates and they've got big old backpacks on. Okay, there we go. So at this stage, we just want a Nuln Oil. Then get some Sandry Dust and some Typhus Corrosion. Well, actually, wait a minute. Where's my Catechin Flesh? I can use this. On you. Magnifying glass. here. It's not meant to be gold. There we go. No, you're not fine. There we go. No, still not fine. Okay, that's fine now. We fit like 7 minutes in heaven, but with 10 dudes. Yeah, but they can't squash together. If they got power armor and big old backpack things. Also, how come I only heard of 7 minutes to heaven like a few days ago thanks to Adventure Time, and now it's been brought up like 5 or 6 times since then? I truly am just living in the Matrix. I don't think it could fit 2 files of 10 dudes, especially not Primaris. Especially when you look in the actual back compartment of them. The compartment of where I'm meant to stay, lay them down on top. Even then, I got to remember power armor and stuff like. Does it actually show us the back? There we go. So we don't. I don't have any rhinos to show you. Like the Land Raider seems cramped. Like, sure, you think you could easily fit 10 guys in there, but let's look. Can we see? There we go. But okay, basically, you've got to fit them in this little square here. Like, you can see this kind of divot here. That's basically the area you've got to fit 10 dudes. And on top of that, you've got a bunch of seating area. Like, look, you got the seats here. Even on the seats, it shows only 3 seats here. And free space means cannot fit in those 3 seats. Like, there's the door with a bolt gun. The bolt gun is almost as large as a blooming door. I gotta remember, this bit goes into like here, so it reduces the space even more. Is it absolutely insane? No, nothing yet. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to do Nuln Oil. Nuln Oil. Do 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 do. No 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 Nuln Oil. Do 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 do. I want to push that. I'm still gonna have some semblance of control over. Do 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 do. This one. Where's my Nuln Oil? Nuln Oil. That's stuck on it. No, that shades purple. No, Oil. No, Oil. Chicken it, give it a good shake, shake. There we go. You want to put some Nuln Oil on the fire? Maybe. But yeah, now we've got so much wear and tear on it. I want to just darken it up and make sure some of those patches are, you know, darkened up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, now it's doing good work. Now it's doing good work. Yeah. Make sure for difference where I accidentally might have put a bit too much grey is going to be filled in. Why does everyone use Nuln Oil and everything? So for this model, it's because it's useful. It's like here, where you can see a bunch of marks there. The Nuln Oil is just going to get inside there and turn it black again. So if I accidentally went a bit too overzealous with a grey, which is meant to be a highlight and not a shadow, this will just fix that issue and make it black or very dark grey again. And since I'm going over black anyway, it's just perfect to turn all of the black back into, well, black. And also what it will do, it will just darken and add a layer of effectively grime over all of those grey highlights, which will help merge them really quickly and easily into the rest of the armor shades, which is black. So that's why I'm using it on this. Other than that, it's just basically, if they call it skin in a bottle, so you don't have to bother making your own shades. You just put it over the model, it will seep into all of the details, and it will turn all of those those dark details into a darker colour. And if you go a bit too overzealous, you can just take a brush that's not got anything on it and just go into there and be like, just get away, get rid of all the excess Nuln Oil. I don't want it on the eye. Just get rid of it. So it's liquid. They call it liquid skin in a bottle because it gives you a very good effect without you having to do much. Oh, it's like here, it's just silver. Put it on, and okay, I did go a bit overzealous with the Nuln Oil there, but again, you just take it out because it takes forever to dry, and all it will do is just turn the grating and provide shadow that originally I never added in. It's not the best though. Like, I don't think it works on every single colour or every single effect that you're wanting to go for. For what I have now, it's very good. But for like going over gold, I prefer Agrax Earth Shade. For going over flesh, you've got Reichland Flesh Shade or Carrienberg Crimson. Arc Flesh, you got. But Nuln Oil is very good because while it does dry into the areas, unless you go really overzealous, it won't dry black. It will just dry dark. So if you paint it over red, the shadows it creates should be a dark red, not black. Because we like our marines oiled up, keeps them running for longer. Yeah. So that's the main thing. The other thing is it's grim dark color schemes. So grim dark color schemes usually just means it looks grim, it looks dark, and that's kind of what I'm going with here, with, you know, everything all being damaged up, worn up. I'm not going for like these really bright, vibrant colours for the most part. What it does, it allows you to take whatever colour you've been using throughout most of your thing, especially if you have a very limited access to colours. So for blue you might have access to is a very bright blue. But it's the only blue you have. Put some Nuln Oil over it and it becomes dirty and grimy and messy, especially if you go really thick over it. It's a way just to add that layer of grime. Aggressive shade is arguably a lot better for that, but Nuln Oil, it's a workhorse colour. You can pretty much put it, if you need a shade on your model and you need to pick one colour that can do multiple different models and multiple different colours, Nuln Oil or aggressive shade are the two main colours of that. Like, you can't just okay, I have a yellow model and I need to add shadows to it, and you take out the colour green. You can't just take out, or whatever it's called, collier green. Because it will look weird. It will give you a wrong effect. You could potentially put Carrienberg Crimson over it and have some good shadows. Or you could put Nuln Oil over it, and it wouldn't be the best shadows, but it would work. It would work better than most of the shades anyway. Aggressive shade would probably be fine. Yeah, aggressive shade, or whatever it's called. Is it Angrax or is it Agrax? I don't know. Is it this one? That's Typhus Goes. I'm gonna need that anyway. Where is my aggressive shade? Abaddon Black. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's aggressive shade T. Here we go. And you can see I use this quite a lot. It's quite empty. It's actually very hard to show you how empty it is. Aggrax is good on colours. Nuln is better for metals. It depends on the metals. Like, I think Aggrax is much better on golds and bronze colours than Nuln is. But if you want silvers, Aggrax is better. But if you want silvers that look oily and messy, Aggrax is better again. Aggrax is good for yellows, golds, browns, beige colours, dark greens. But a lot of it just comes down to limited colour choices and limited paint options. If you have to choose a shade, aggressive shade and Nuln Oil are your two main shades you're gonna go for if you can only choose one shade. If you've got access to multiple, they become less useful. But I mean, it's useful here because I'm going to black. I like Of Shade too. It makes stuff look rusty if you go over cellars, which I do from your Death Guard. Yeah, Typhus Corrosion is also really good for that, but you don't want to go over cellars with it. Unless you want to. I mean, if you're doing Death Guard and Nurgle, there's not real harm. But I do like adding Typhus Corrosion, now that I've got some, to their like end of my gun barrels and stuff instead of just black. And it has a much nicer effect on it. I mean, Nuln Oil is a bit of a meme. Like, it's not as good as people claim it is. At the same time, it's still pretty good. Nuln Oil is really good on blue. And not too bad on reds. In fact, I prefer Nuln Oil on reds over Carrienberg Crimson, to be honest. depending on the red that I'm trying to go for. It all depends on just what you're trying to go for in the end. I actually have a wash that specifically does a rusty look. Ooh. I have something called Rise of Rust, which is a dry brush thing. And it's very, very orange. There we go. I don't mind going a bit overzealous with this onto the blacks because I do know that I put a bit too much of the colour of rust grey on for my liking. I also have one that does mossy look and does a green look, and one that is good for bases. Ooh. Because Riser's scheme is already very orange. Oh. I got some anyway because I thought it would be nice to have a bright orange dry brushing colour to do stuff with. Don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but I thought, you know what, it'll be fun. Okay, what we want to do next is probably just wait a few minutes for that to all dry. And then these are all still for models left to paint. There's 8 neophytes, 5 of the desolators, and 3 of the Templar Crusaders. What I'm thinking is I'll paint these 3 next. And then I'll focus on getting all 8 of the neophytes painted. And we'll do them at the same time like we painted these 3 at the same time. And then after them we'll get these 5 painted all at the same time. But I think I'll take a break from Marines for a little bit and paint some Orc stuff. Look at him. Ooh. But let's look. So we got a really cool looking guy here. He's got Templar symbol burnt into his head. Very hard to tell, but you'll see it once we paint it. I don't know what colour to do. I was gonna go for make him dark skinned. Like I wanted to practice the way that, you know, the official Combat Patrol magazine stuff said to do dark skin. Of using Cactitum flesh with highlighting of Questoris rather than Questoris with Gulliman flesh over it. But I'm not sure how I would do scars on that. Like, if I was painting with lighter flesh, all I'd do is Carrienberg Crimson into the scar area. Actually, I'm guessing what I can do is I can go with like Cadian flesh, highlighting the area. And then Carrienberg Crimson it, and then maybe watered down Gulliman flesh. No, I think instead Questoris into the scar, and then Carrienberg Crimson over the top. I think that might work. You'll figure out what stuff it is, but you've got it for stuff. Ooh, this is a really cool backpack. This guy is cool. Oh, he's got the Imperial Fist symbol, so this arm needs to be painted Imperial Fist colours. How did we do for last Imperial Fist? The last Imperial Fist. I'm thinking what I did was I painted iodine yellow. Not iodine yellow. No, yeah, iodine yellow. Went over where... No, it wasn't painting iodine yellow. It was painting Avalon Sunset. Go over with iodine yellow. And then highlight with Rogel Dawn. That's what we did. Oh no. I'm gonna have to somehow paint this ring again black. That was the most horrible thing I had to paint. Trying to paint that ring black. Like, it's a perfect circle. Yeah, trying to paint that thing is it virtually impossible, even with a Sharpie. I have no idea how they did it. Good evening, that guy over there. How you doing? I'm thinking I might do this gold, that Templar cross there. Oh gosh, this is... But so far we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 painted, almost 10. Offer 25. Oh no. No, 26, sorry, 26. There we go. what we're painting today. We're painting Templars. We did this fire. We've been doing for blue highlights. We've been doing the damage on the armor. We did the lightning on the sword. And that's it. That's literally all we've done on these three guys. Oh yeah, and we also did a bit more work on his flesh. I need a shirt that says I love Tony and don't explain it. Yeah. How big is the difference between Strength 5 and Strength 8? Do you mean like in gameplay? Like, is it a massive difference? It is massive. Most enemies that you're going to face are Toughness 3, Toughness 4, or Toughness 5. With some exceptions of Toughness 6 and Toughness 7. You'll very, very rarely fight an enemy that's Toughness 8. And then when you get to Toughness 9, you're starting to look at vehicles. So, the Hellbrute, the Arc Death Dread. Toughness 10 is where you're looking at a lot of other vehicles, like the Redemptor Dreadnoughts and stuff. Toughness 11 is very tough, big vehicles, like Knights. Toughness 12 is like ridiculously tough vehicles. So you're looking at things like Baneblades. Toughness 13 is you're looking at Titanic things. So Toughness 8 allows you to injure most things on 2s. Most of the enemies on 3s, like basically any tough enemy infantry you're going to face, you're going to take on. Carnifexes are Toughness 9, I believe. Everything else you're going to wound on 5s. There's pretty much going to be nothing in the game that you're going to wound on 6s. So it's huge. With Strength 5, you wound most things on 3s. Have very minute things on 2s. You'll be wounding Orcs on 4s and Photon on 4s. Things like Graphis Marines and Abominations and Siphonian Berserkers you'll be wounding on 5s. Death Dread should be wounding on 5s, but by the time you get to Redemptus and tougher vehicles, you'll be wounding them on 6s. So, Strength 8 is huge. Strength 8 is massive. I think Centurions are Toughness 7. So yeah, it's pretty good stuff. There's good stuff out there with toughness of models. Sorry, I'm just getting lots of notifications, but nothing important. Okay, ooh, Law of Armageddon, for Armageddon system. You can read about the Law of Armageddon. Kenbite, Variety, Gavel for Inner Worlds. Armageddon itself. Look at that. Chosen. St. Joan's Dock. There nominally appeal presence on it, but after the first time Commissar Yorick booted Gaskell off-road, it was expanded to serve as a home base of Battlefleet Armageddon. Gas Giants, Outer Worlds, Monitor Stations, Leagues of Photon. Leagues of Photon. We need to find. The Armageddon system was once guarded by 3 giant monitor stations named Mannheim, Dante, and Yorick, after some of the planet's greatest defenders. You know 2 of them for sure. The third is the Princeps, Curtis Mannheim, a Titan commander from the Second World War for Armageddon. Nice. Here we go. 2 large gas giants sit to the central system. The smaller Namara has a relatively sippy rotation speed caused by its thick atmosphere and to swirl in hypnotic headache-inducing patterns. You would think that this might stop people trying to mine its solid core for valuable materials, but no. Oh, Gaudamal, on the other hand, is almost entirely unremarkable with no solid core to speak of. The same can't be said for its 5 moons, though, and the smallest is actually a site of several archaeological digs where rumours suggest the remains of precursor civilizations have been found. Ooh. Necrons! I'm choosing between bubonic weapons and heavy plague weapons of the Plague Marines, so Strength 5 versus Strength 7. Strength 7 is pretty good. It's not as, I mean, obviously not as good as Strength 8. But Strength 8 is, it's called a breakpoint. Like, Strength 8 allows you to wound Marines on 2s, Strength 7 doesn't. Strength 8 allows you to wound some of the toughest infantry on 3s, where Strength 7 allows you to wound them on 4s. So, yeah, Strength 8's pretty amazing. I mean, Strength 8, yeah. Also, it depends, like, a lot of weapons, most Strength 8 weapons will be damage 2, while most Strength 5 weapons will be damage 1. There are some exceptions. For instance, this is a Strength 5 weapon, but it's damage 2. It also depends on what you're doing. Like, a lot of Strength 5 weapons will have more attacks than a Strength 8 one. But if you're playing Plague Marines, you get lethal hits. And you can up your lethals and stuff. So your ability to wound the enemy isn't as important because you'll be getting a lot of automatic wounds. So it depends on how you're building your things or what you want. Okay, where's my brushes? Where's my sandry dust? That's an important one. Sandry dust? This is it. Sandry dust. That is Raker Flesh. Oh, here's my sandry dust. Okay, where's the brush I've just been using? I want to use it again. If I can't get a hot photon for a date, I guess it would mean I'm out of a league of photon. Ah! Generally, if I've got the option between a power weapon and a power fist, like a mastercrafted power weapon and a mastercrafted power fist, well, just normal power fist, I would usually go for the power fist just for the extra strength. Because it's useful for going up against things like knights, tanks, all sorts. You need to make sure you have plenty of equipment to go up against the heaviest things in the game. Now this is where I wish I had a texture palette. Won for heavy plague weapons. Now you know why people won for heavy plague weapons. Yeah. Especially with both Arcs and Leagues of Photon now being toughness 5 as a base, Terminators being toughness 5, Graphis Marines being toughness 6. But they just it's just important to be able to hit them hard. There we go. And you've also got things like Marines, obviously. Not Marines, for Knights. Dreadnoughts. There's just a lot of enemies that strength 8 weapons are very useful against. But also, it's like, a lot of the time, it's like, if you got an optional squad of like a power fist versus a so if that's strength 8 damage 2 versus a power weapon that's strength 5 damage 1, the power fist becomes significantly better because it might, even if it gets 3 attacks compared to 5, the fact is it can kill up to 3 Marines in a single turn of combat, where a power sword will only be able to kill 2.5. And since Marines are one of the most likely enemies you're going to come across in the game, it makes a lot of sense to take a power fist. And since a lot of armies also have Marine equivalents, or at least 2 wound models, that extra damage is just very, very, very useful. What are the Eldari Marine equivalents? Safeguard. Yeah, right now there's not so lots of reason not to take Power Fist. It used to be that Power Fist only did 1 damage, but all weapons pretty much only did 1 damage, including things like last cannons. But what it would do, you had initiative order, and the Power Fist may do strike last or initiative 1. And as a result, was a significant reason to take a power weapon over it. Because the power weapon only made you hit at your own strength. So your strength 4 for Marine. It just meant that with a power fist, you'd be striking last. Power weapon, you'd be striking at your initiative. Especially if you're fast, you don't want to be striking last. You want to be striking at the speed you can strike at. Those days are mostly long since gone. When a Plague Marine with a Rusty Cleaver cleaves through a Terminator, yeah! You'd struggle against a Terminator. Because Terminators have 3 wounds and a 4+ invulnerable save. So you can still cleave through from it, it'll just be a hard time. Meanwhile, the Terminator will not have as a harder time cleaving through you, especially like a Loyalist Marine Terminator, which is pretty much guaranteed to have a Power Fist or Thunderhammer. Or Lightning Claw. Hits on freeze, wounds on freeze. -2 to your 3+ armor save. On anything but a 5 or a 6, your marine dies. Okay, where's my typhus corrosion? Technical paint. That's pretty nice. You return. Hi, Crafter Knight. How you doing? You return for blood. Well, we don't have blood. We got corrosion though. Yeah. I'll put this a bit on the feet. Yeah. Just really make it look all muddied up and dangerous. Oh yeah. And a bit onto the sword. Make it look all oiled. There. This. All over defeats. You're good, you're good. Yeah, I'm glad you're feeling good. And let's just put this at the edge of the tabards and stuff. Really just self the filth on it. That's being kicked up from the ground. So unfortunately, the sandry dust is very similar to the colour I'm used for the inner cloak anyway. And the tabards. There we go. I thought Terminators are 1 wound. Do you mean Assault Termes? No, no, no! All Space Marines are 2 wounds. Terminators are 3 wounds. Assault Terminators of Storm Shields are 4 wounds. You got Angron and Terminators. Nice! So happy for you. Don't assault Termes. Yeah, all Marines are at least 2 wounds nowadays. Your Plague Marines are 2 wounds each. Yeah, Assault Terminators have 4 wounds. If we've got Storm Shields. Which is pretty insane. I use that word a lot, insane, but... You know, this case, definitely is. There we go. Insane. Yeah. How's my day going? It's going okay.
That crazy.
You're crazy. How's the fire looking? Fire looks okay, I guess. But here we go. Here's our 3 models finally finished, these guys. Nice. Yeah. Is it finally finished? These guys are, well, other than the basis, these 3 are finally finished. So let's put these guys away onto the tray. Magic! They lost the paint. No! We're all crazy. I heard that once a model is completely finished, it gets a soul and it can feel pain. Good. Need it to suffer. So here we go. 3 more Marines to paint up. This is when I was testing out some stuff. Okay, so we need to get some black paint on these dudes. I never finish one for 3 feel no pains. Yeah, feel no pain is a ability in Warhammer where after all of the saves have been done, for every point of damage you suffer, roll a dice. If you got feel no pain 6+, on a 6 you ignore that point of damage. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Let's just make sure these guys are all ready. And now we need to get black paint on all of them. And then after that we'll get Vakar flesh on them. Catachan flesh. Luxian purple. And some white. Administratum green for place of there. Oof. Where's my Black Templar contrast? I need to get some paint medium. I'm using a black contrast paint called Black Templar Contrast. Which is very nice to use and allows me to paint this a lot easier without as much worry of, you know, painting it on too thick. I mean, there's still some worry about painting it on too thick, but it's not as bad. As if I just used straight on Abaddon Black or something. Or worse, Chaos Black.
I love the Necrons, I love the way the Tau shoot, I love the whole universe. Boomdoodle.
Boomdoodle. Hi, Ireland. You love the Black Templars too. If you love the whole universe. No! That's a song reference Conjure most likely won't get. You look. If it's younger than like, if it exists, I probably haven't heard of it. I live under a rock. Just like Saddam Hussein used to. Black Temple is cool, but I hunger for world. No, don't eat the world. The best thing about world eaters is the garmongers. Love me some garmongers. Draw a line that thin and straight if I wanted to. Why is it when you want to paint, you know, thinly with a brush, it won't paint thinly, but when you do want to paint like a area, suddenly it just wants to paint thinly. You need to get a kaitan. Get a kaitan. Say, don't get a Cornard of Schools. Instead, save up and get the kaitan instead. Do you know what a kaitan is? Have you heard of it? Do you want to see it? Do you want to see what a kaitan is? It uses for Lord of Schools upper body, but it has resting legs. Ow, no, get the kaitan. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh. We need more of this. I mean, sure, it costs 127. Meanwhile, the Cornard of Schools only costs... Where is it? It only costs £7 more. And it's also online only, so you can't get a decent deal. Oh. Yeah, it's only £7 more. And instead of being a silly boy with big old traps, it's instead cool. £7 more. Now that's outrageous. Less than 10 bob more, Talan. And you get some resin. You get some nice resin dust for your lungs. Garmongers aren't called that because they sell gore. It's because they come from Mongolia. Oh my gosh. Taland, ban Denison. Ban Denison, those jokes. No wonder you're miserable. I'm joking. It was a good joke. You make it over Contemptor Dreadnought legs. I don't think Contemptor Dreadnought legs are big enough. Contemptor Dreadnought legs are this big. Lord of Schools is like... Its arm is like this big. I think they're more like Serestus Knight legs. If you want to know which types of legs they are. It would literally just be cheaper to buy for Lord of Schools than trying to do your own legs. Heck, even in terms of like getting printing for resin, the difference of £7, and it might be a bigger difference depending on where you live. The difference of £7 barely means you're from the US. Oh, no idea what the price difference is there for the two models. In either way, it's a very expensive model. You'll have to check. Do. There we go. No! I think Denizen of Misery might be a few minutes behind. Do. There we go. Plus, I need a bodyguard for Angron. Yeah! To be honest, the Lord of Schools is better in the board game than the Kaitan. But obviously, the Kaitan is just worth it for cool factor. It's a Lord of Schools resin. It's plastic. If you buy the Kaitan version, I believe it's Lexo resin. But the Lord of Schools is one of the plastic large models. One of the, I think it might be the largest plastic model they sell. In terms of like the sheer amount of plastic in it. When are they going to make glass models? They might have some glass merchandise. I need range. Not more melee. You always need more melee. If you need range, just get some Goremongers. You can infiltrate them. That's the same as having ranged firepower. Although honestly, outside of that one detachment that gives you +2 strength and for charge, Goremongers kind of suck. Like when they get +2 strength of the charge, that's not too bad, and +1 attack. Because then they'll be getting 4 attacks each at strength 5 with lance, meaning they'll be wounding marines on 2s. I mean, they're still only doing 0 AP, so they're not going to do a lot. But when it comes to like fighting guardsmen, they'll be wounding on 2s. And they'll be getting that extra attack, which allows them to actually do significant amounts of damage. But if you use them like I do in the Demonkin detachment, they're only strength 3. They kind of suck. There's not a lot of units they can go up against and actually win against. Like even generic guardsmen, unless you're fighting a squad of 10. Fighting for full squad of 20, oh my gosh, no. If we've got a flamethrower so we can overwatch it, oh my gosh, no. I have 20 berserkers and 10 termies and 10 jackals. Ooh. So I'm getting the combat patrol magazine, which we're going to get some world eaters in it. And it has the old world eater combat patrol in. So that is... I also got the demonkin thing. And I got the Garmongers when they first came out in the Kill Team box set. In part just because I wanted the statue. And then I got some more Garmongers. But the final list, I believe, has 20 berserkers led by a Juggernaut Lord. 10 berserkers led by a Master of Executions. 2 squads of 10 bloodletters. We got the Bloodthirster because I found it really, really cheap, brand new in box on a trading website. I was like, how expensive was it? It was like 20 quid or something stupid. But either way, it was super cheap. So we got a Bloodthirster. Then we got a second. Then we're going to have a second Juggernaut who leads the 6 Juggernaut dudes. Bloodletters on Juggernauts. And I want to get some Flesh Hounds and a third squad of Guardmongers. And we'll have 10 Jackals of a combat patrol. You're winning for Berserker Warband? Yeah, Berserker Warband is probably the strongest one. I'm running for Demonkin Detachment just because I like demons. Not sure if it's any good or not. Honestly, it doesn't seem as strong as just running a Berserker Warband. Gonna have to take that. Bloodthirster. No, you can't take my Bloodthirster. It's beautiful. And that means you'd have to run a Demonkin detachment. So you could run it. And then you realise that when you're running a Demonkin detachment, you have to have multiple units of Bloodletters. So then you're going to have to find a cheap copy of the Demonkin Battle Force episode. Which honestly, I don't know if it's the same in America, but over here it's ridiculous. No one really sold many of the Demonkin detachments. Battle Forces, sorry. So there's just loads of them going for quite cheap. I mean, it's how I got mine. Get for Blood Ravens. No! Don't steal my stuffs. I need it to beat people's upswifts. Yeah. Jackals, I mean, Garmongers are okay. If you are using them with a Berserker Warband. Because one of the things that they do is they block the enemy from scouting and infiltrating into your territory if you infiltrate them first. And they're very good at dealing with things like Photon Warriors, Casvikin, stuff like that, Tempest of Science, Tau Pathfinders, Just small elite 1 wound squads that don't have a huge amount of armor. Take the relics. Take the relics. No! And they make blood points to bring Angron back again. Wait, can they do blood points? I don't think the Gormungus can, because they can't get the Icon of Corn. Jackals can get the Icon of Corn. Jackals are way better than Gormungus for that regard. I think they can take the Icon of Corn. I think I don't have my codex. No, I don't think Gormungus can take the Icon of Corn. Might be incorrect. Give me a moment. New recruit. Gormungus. Yeah, they don't have the Icon of Corn. You can have Blessings of Corn. Let's look at Jackals. Yeah, the Jackals can take Icons of Corn, which is good. Over bloodshed points. Yeah, you talk about Jackals. Ah, okay. Yeah, Jackals can take Icons of Corn. Which is pretty decent. Yeah, Jackals are also... There's more of them. They get higher strength weapons. They can have some AP on their weapons. So in general, they're just better against pretty much everything. They also have the give sticky objectives, which is pretty amazing. Always nice to have that. They can come into squads of 20, which makes them surprisingly difficult to get rid of. And they're not much slower. Oh no, that's not meant to be black there. That's meant to be white. Oh, I'm a silly person. I kept thinking I need to make sure not to paint that knee pad black. But I forgot. Okay, now just this arm. Without them having chains on their arms feel very thin. Space Marines. I might just paint that with this Fingers Gold anyway. Might be fun. Have to get more jackals. Yeah, jackals are fun. Also, I recommend getting a Khorne Lord on Juggernaut to lead a squad of Khorne Berserkers, because if you don't know, it boosts their movement to 10 inches, which I just find hilarious, and it allows them to move horizontally through terrain. Like all terrain. Hey Lord Gunmaster, how you doing? I am such a slow painter, it's absolutely insane. Like, literally everyone paints faster than me. Okay, that I want gold, that I want yellow. I have Khorne and a Master of Executions to lead your Berserkers. Ooh, that's cool. Not a big fan of a Master of Executions, if I'm honest. Oh my gosh, I think there's someone doing lawn mowing outside. Keeps getting closer. There we go. Khorne was your first model? Ooh, that's cool. I hope he serves you well. I don't actually know anything about how good Khorne is at the moment. Khorne the Betrayer. He used to be pretty good. But last time I looked at him in any detail was honestly like 6th edition or 7th edition. I don't really put characters in my armies. I've not really seen anyone use them. I do live. And I am live. I've been live for much of a day. How are you doing, Longstocks? Yeah, there's just a few models to do. Painting some black. Painting some black.
Does Cuttle have animal rights?
Cuptle has cupcake rights, and cupcake rights are very, very good. They're better than human rights. More freedoms, more protections. Mainly, not allowed to eat or hurt cupcakes. No one allowed to hurt or eat cupcakes.
I has an orc named Onkler.
An orc named for Onkler. You eat cupcakes over. No, that's illegal. No eating cup for friends, not food. Erland, he just admitted to a most horrific crime. Mods, get him. Bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum bum ba da bum bum ba da na do do da 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 bow bow da da. That's alright. I'm just like, I'm tired. I'm in pain. I make weird noises when I'm in pain. Why do I look like those geeks? What do you mean like those geeks when I look at the chat box? Do you mean when I look over it like this? I have no idea. What was a geek meant to look like? What geeks you talking about? Don't make me throw a tomato ketchup bottle at you.
I won't answer that question. Devilish face emoji.
No. Sorry, microphone is getting in my way. Sorry. Oh gosh, my tummy is hurting. After I finish this guy, I think I might have to call it because I am in agony. Tummy pain is really bad. For those who don't know, I have a chronic health condition that puts me in continuous pain with my stomach. And other stomach and gastroenterological issues. It is not very fun. And right now my tummy is trying to kill me. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Okay, this guy is coming together pretty nicely right now. That's very good. I tried to get all of the base colours done off stream. So I'll probably try to work up more on it tonight. If I've got the time and energy and my tummy's not too bad.
If Cupcake is your power, what are you without it?
Cupcake's not my power. Cupcake is what I am. Without Cupcake, I am nothing. Because that's exactly what... That's like saying, if human is your power, then what are you without it? It's like...
She's Scottish.
I mean, okay, I'm Scottish too. To some extent. Not very Scottish. Barely got a Scottish bone in me. Philosophical. Bum bum ba-dum, bum bum ba-na-na, bum bum ba-ba-na. Ba-na-na, bum, bum, ba-da-da. Have you seen the lore video though? Have you seen how cool I am in that lore video? Bum, bum, ba-dum, no, 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 da-na-na-na. Okay, there we go. Philosophical questions on the Cupcake stream, asking all of the questions. We don't know what they mean. The Cupcake stream is filled with stuff that no one understands. What is the meaning of life? The answer is 42. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I still look back to Perp but he's not. Perty Dwarbo is the worst. You can't say someone Perturbo's called to someone holding a Black Templar. A Son of Dawn. He's the absolute worst, evilest Primarch. No one likes Perty Turbo. Loyalist, not loyalist word bearers. Also, technically my Marines aren't even Black Templar anymore. They're more relic hoarders. Okay, there we go. Close this up. Wash the brush. Dawn is a goat. No, he's not! Dawn is a genius in gold. Also, hello, Bot Sable 99. Oh gosh, those blooming. Why are people doing lawn mowing? It's warm outside. You don't want a lawn mower in the heat and the sun. Genius, yeah, we don't. But it's look, okay, the PT Turbo definitely doesn't have a brain. Because a dude can't even beat. Look. PT Turbo couldn't beat Vogel Dawn when Vogel Dawn was literally trying to use PT Turbo as and his Iron Warriors as a way of just destroying himself and his own legions. Like, Vogel Dawn walked knowingly into a trap. Like, yeah, I'm just going to destroy everything here. I hate everything. I want to end it all. And Iron Warriors couldn't even do that. They were so bad at it that they ultimately lost and the Ultramarines came along. Greetings and truth be told, amongst all the loyalist Primarchs, Dawn is probably one of my faves. Yeah, as far as cause worshippers go, he's pretty cool. Technically, the Primarchs don't worship the corpse Emperor. They are, they're not cause worshippers. They don't believe in the Emperor's divinity. Logar does. Logar's a corpse worshipper. I mean, he doesn't worship the corpse emperor, to be honest. But he does believe in his divinity. Iron Warriors are just wanted to help Dawn's mental health. That's like the worst way to help someone's mental health. Oh gosh, but here we go. We got our dudes. And let's get them out again. Which one's is it? This one. And one. Here's the 3 we finished painting today. This guy with his cool lightning sword. And with a fire. Look at the fire. The sword brother. The sword brother leading the squad. Yeah. Mystery statement proves that Perturbo is a very good brother and a glorious and caring father. Oh gosh, Perturbo is not a good father by any means. No. He has a smashed up helmet. Again, I don't think he looks that sickly. I wanted to make him look sickly. And then here's the last dude. Our dudes are very golden. So these guys, I'm thinking about calling them the Reclaimed Blades. And they descend from a Black Templar crusade. But at the request of some tech priests and the Inquisition, just before the Great Rift, were asked to go and help liberate a certain world with some other Sons of Dawn. Well, they did liberate the world because there's basically a secret on that world that they couldn't even tell the Templars about. They're like, there's something here. We don't want it falling into Chaos hands. It looks like the Chaos have found it or trying to get to it. So they kicked them off the planet. And then it turned out to be Primaris Marines. One of Belisarius' cause caches of Marines. When the rift occurred, while they were still kicking Chaos off a planet. They went into full, like, expand our domain, strengthen the area that we are currently in, liberate the surrounding worlds, strengthen them, strengthen our own crusade forces, and eventually the audio Astartes Inquisitor that had requisitioned them was like, hey, you know what? I'm making you your own chapter now. It's like, no, we want to be Templars. So now they are Holy Crusaders who are focused on liberating planets. Not focused on liberating planets. They're focused on liberating ancient, technology, archaeotechnology, modern technology, basically any tech they want to get out of the enemy's hands and in their own hands and get it working and production up and stuff like that. So we got very close ties to Astra Militarum, to the Adeptus Mechanicus and to Audio Astartes. And why everyone is so fancy looking with all this gold on them. Yeah. I think I painted the fire pretty well. The modelling of the flames is pretty terrible, but I think the painting of it goes well. I could have done some glow, but honestly I just don't feel like doing a glow effect. Black Templars and Liberate should not go to... That is actually all what Black Templars do. Black Templars in general, their main goal is to go on a crusade and liberate worlds and bring them back into the light of the Emperor. Most Black Templars have no desire to, help make sure a world is going to be able to sustain itself after the fact of being liberated. So they go onto a planet, kick off all the heretics, although sometimes those heretics are just mutants, and sometimes they're not even like chaos mutants or anything. So that's what your typical Black Templar does. These guys, one of the reasons that they were originally, brought in by the Audio Astartes is that Alderic, the chapter master, was on a penitence crusade for being a bit too much of an iconoclast for his previous marshals' liking. So in other words, he believed that, sanctioned mutants are fine, so things like Ogrins, Rattlings, Longshanks, Voidborn, basically non-Chaos mutants and non-Xenos mutants. He believed they were fine. And that, we shouldn't be persecuting sanctioned psychos. And that after you liberate a planet, you should be helping rebuild the planet. But he still worshipped the God Emperor. So yeah, because he was more of a moderate and still worshipped the God Emperor and would do what other people's Inquisition says without question. That's why he was brought in. But now he tries generally leading his own crusade forces, his own chapter in that more moderate idea of rebuild, strengthen, move on, rebuild, liberate, rebuild, strengthen, move on. Make sure the technology doesn't go into bad people's hands, although their idea of who a bad person is and who it shouldn't be allowed for technology doesn't always line up with the ideas of other people who currently have that technology. Like that rogue trader over there. Maybe they shouldn't have that technology. Maybe the Templars want it. Maybe it should belong to the Reclaimers, to Reclaimed Blades. Reasonable Black Templars, that's so much more interesting than most homebrews. Yeah, my Black Templar, I first started Black Templars back, I think it was actually the 3rd edition Codex. Which was about early 5th edition. So for me anyway, because I don't think they got a new code, or was it a 4th edition Codex? I can't remember, but it had a bunch of, the main thing that the Black Templars were known for back then was the Holy Orb of Antioch and other Monty Python references. Also that it was 6th or 7th edition where they, were getting cool lore, Hell's Reach, was it? And other stuff, but you had Black Templars being kind of cool, and
I'm forced to leave early or else I'll be late. I have somewhere to go to. Sorry, Cupcon. Oh, and Dawn is a golden idiot.
No, it's not. But bye-bye, Longstocks. Thanks for popping in. Big love hearts to you. Yeah. Petrobus Supremacy. No. But yeah, but that was when you saw like Hellbrecht was with his like talking to his astropath, and his astropath was like treated like a demigod of royalty and stuff. And the Black Templars were all like, oh my gosh, you're so cool.
I agree, Regal Dawn is an idiot. Long live Peter Turbo.
No, hi Bob. No. Well, yeah, what happened? Yeah, for Black Templar, like, oh my gosh, that astropath is so cool because he can see the light of the Emperor. That's what they were like. And then he had a codex that was talking about that too. And this isn't saying that like all Black Templars were like that. It's like you got two scales of Black Templar. You got the moderates, and you've got the dogmatic, effectively. And for dogmatic, for ones that go a bit too crazy, they're the ones that, you know, they can't stand any type of mutant. They don't like anything that's new. They don't like other Marines. They don't like anything, pretty much. And they're just very, very angry, very, very hateful. That's all they know. All they know is just hate and anger. And then you've got the moderates, though, who are the other way, thanks for the big love. And that's what I like about them. And I like the different law. Like, you've got the law that one of the Crusades that was given some of the Primaris. That Crusade had a civil war where the Marshal and a bunch of the Templar wanted to accept the Primaris into their ranks. But the Chaplain and a bunch of other Templars didn't want to accept them and saw them as like heresy, even if it was a Custodian bringing them. And as a result, there was a fight. The Custodian got involved, the Primaris were involved, but ultimately it was the Chaplain who won and his dudes. But like most of the Crusade force was dead by that point, including many of their serfs. Including the Custodian was dead as well. But I like that idea. I like the idea that Alderic's second in command, so my chapter master kind of, my High Marshal, his second in command is much more dogmatic than he is. And while he greatly respects Alderic's, you know, expertise and ideas and will follow any order given to him, he doesn't necessarily agree all that much. And he has his own groups of followers that, you know, also don't agree with just how, like, with how much they do rebuilding and, you know, how much they help citizens and civilians after liberating a planet. And some of the people that they spare are like, we shouldn't be sparing this planet. We should be teaching them a lesson. We should be teaching them a lesson for forgetting the light of the Emperor. It's like these people were sitting on this archaeotechnology for so many years, and they were doing nothing with it. And thanks to them doing nothing with it, their planet was taken over. The technology wasn't going into the Imperium. The Imperium was weakened. They are a direct reason why the Great Rift occurred. We should punish them for this. And then Alderic's like, no, it's not their fault. They need to be taught. They need to learn. I like that idea that there's like a rift within the chapter and the groups. Some of them are less accepting than others. Oh, I think that fire was good in the end. I like that fire. Hi, Douglas. How are you? I'm doing okay. My tummy actually really hurts. But we've got these guys. We got people to paint. We've got 3 more to paint. I'll try doing as much as I can off stream on these guys. Tomorrow we've got the We got the custodies. We got the custodies. A new custody, which are a tiny bit disappointing with how monopose they are. Does not look to be many ways to pose these dudes. It's yeah. It's a bit and it is posable, I guess. It is possible to pose them. Yeah, if they just didn't have these shoulder bits on them, that would be fine. But they do have a shoulder bits on them. You can't just move around for arm. Which is, it sucks. I mean, you can. With a god hand, I could probably clip off these bits of shoulders and then glue them to the main arm bits. No. So let's look. Yeah, I definitely think I could repose the arms a bit just by cutting off the shoulder parts off the cape. Yeah, definitely. So maybe we'll do quite a bit of that. I don't plan to have many custodies. I don't really plan to get more than what I've got now. Reminds me of a new Vegas Buffers of Steel. New Vegas Buffer Hood of Steel. Yeah, kind of, I guess. It's similar. I mean, they're still not very nice. Like, they, as I said, they're moderate. They're not as evil. Like, Alderic will come into a planet and will be like, oh, these guys don't know the light of the Imperium. I'm going to take over this planet to show them the light of the Imperium. So he's going to come in with a light. He's not going to ask nicely to please join the light of the Imperium. No, he's going to land on your planet, take out your leaders. If you try to stop him, he's going to destroy any military in the way. And he's going to just completely take over. If he wants you producing industrial materials for the Crusade, then you're going to produce... It doesn't matter what you were doing beforehand. You're going to now learn how to produce industrial materials. He's going to bring in workforces to do it. If your people are struggling too much to do it, then he's going to servitorize a bunch of people so that they can just learn by being servitors. Like, he's going to do that stuff. He's going to come in. He's going to be cruel. If he suspects any sort of heresy, he's going to, like, come down, like, very harsh onto it. But yeah, but he's going to make sure that you are rebuilt. He's going to make sure that once he leaves, you're going to have a strong military. He's going to make sure you're going to have a competent leader. So this means that if you were, like, being ruled by chaos heretics or something, or you're being ruled by some sort of corrupt leader, Alderic coming in and fixing everything will sound like a great time. But let's say you have a good leader and your society is really, really well run. Well, he's still going to come in. He's still going to get rid of your leader. He's still going to destroy your military. And he's still going to reforge your society into something that best fits his crusade and what he wants. And what the Adeptus Mechanicus and the Inquisition wants. Oh. So yeah, he's not super nice. But as far as Black Templars go, he's pretty nice. You want to see Alderic though? The paint scheme is kind of bad. I made the mistake of it being the first model I painted when I came back into the hobby. And I was still trying to get used to it. Contrast paints were very new to me and I didn't have any at this point. I didn't have much. Yeah. You can see he's not the best. Like, especially compared to these guys. And I spent a lot more time on him than I did on these guys. I do like the claw I gave him. But it's still Fallout New Vegas but with a hood of steel. Just that they are weakened severely in game from their last battle. Yeah. Oh, so do you like he's got a knight head there? Yes, one of the first models I bought when I came back into the hobby was an Imperial Knight. It was an Imperial Knight Crusader. Which I should have given a thermal cannon and not the rapid fire battle cannon in hindsight, but whatever. I'm thinking about trying to remake this model. Now that I'm kind of better at doing this type of stuff. But, yep. We've got stuff, but thank you for coming to the stream, everybody. As I said, my tummy's hurting me. It's been a long day. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work hard but play harder, eat good food, sleep well, dream of cupcakes but don't eat the cupcakes as if it's not food. And big love hearts to you all. Take care of yourselves. Do, 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 do. Wee! Smash! Love you all!